How you doing, man? Good to see you.
No. Do you not? Okay, I would now like to call to order the May 8th, 2024 meeting of the Indiana State Board of Education. Roll call, please.
Mr. Bess.
Present.
Ms. DeLosa.
Present.
Mr. Durham.
Present.
Dr. Ernest.
Here.
Mr. Gastineau.
Here.
Ms. Hamill.
Here.
Mr. Mates.
Here.
Ms. Moat.
Here.
Ms. Rentschler.
Here.
Mr. Watts,
Here.
and Dr. Jenner.
Here. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like to move to amend the agenda by switching Part 6, public comment, to Part 7, and then Part 7, consent agenda, to Part 6.
Can I ask Byron that we shift consent agenda just to number 3 and shift everything down, because my comments and the board comments will be welcoming everyone here, et cetera. So if we could shift that to number 3, that would be super.
I will adjust my motion accordingly to go along with yours.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so shifting, the next item then will be the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
And then
To recuse.
recusals?
Yes,
Yep.
from item E.
Ms. DeLosa, recusal from item E or D? I just didn't,
Sorry, D.
okay. Motion, or,
Maybe
yes.
I will also be recusing from items E and G.
BJ, E, and G, and Erica?
Wait a second.
I think you're looking at item
Mine is-
E.
Yeah, it is. It is item E. Mine
Yep,
is-
that's okay, thank you. We'll capture that.
Put that on there. Sorry.
I'm also recusing myself from item E.
Iris, item E.
Likewise, Dr.
And
Jenner.
William, item E. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So then now we'll move back to approval of the meeting minutes from April 10th, 2024. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
The motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, well, I think that hopefully will get us straight to hearing from many of you who are here today. We wanted to get the bulk of the consent agenda and some of that action finished so that we could really listen and hear any thoughts that you might have coming in today. Before public comment, I do want to share a few updates and a few shout outs. First and foremost, this is Teacher Appreciation Week. And we have many teachers in the room today and thousands of teachers across the state of Indiana who are actively in our classrooms, making an impact day in and day out on our Indiana students. And we cannot thank you enough for all that you do. In this week's newsletter, I shared a video straight from the mouths of our students, what they love about their favorite teacher. And Pat, I know you opened one of your buildings up, Southeastern Elementary School, to meet with students, Paramount, Inglewood, Union City, Junior, Senior High, and several others to hear straight from our Indiana students in appreciation of our teachers. We also have been traveling around the state of Indiana on a listening tour on the Rethinking High School and the diploma. I spoke with several people in here today that I think are going to speak on that too, so we look forward to hearing from them. On Monday, I visited Logansport, so Cass County and Tippecanoe County, specifically the Century Career Center, which is connected to Logansport High School. Was able to meet with students, teachers, school leaders, community leaders about the good work that's happening in their school. They have many of their students doing work-based learning, and they also were really proud to share the number of students leaving with a credential of value. So did that. And then in Tippecanoe County, I was able to meet with the mayor, Mayor Rozwarski, as well as quite a few business leaders from Lafayette, and then ended with Purdue University, because one of the things that we've talked about as a board is we want to make sure the future diplomas support students if they want to go straight into employment, enrollment, enlistment, and so was able to meet with them as well. As of yesterday, we received nearly 3,000 JOT form submissions on the diploma redesign. Keep them coming. That's really, really important in the process. So we encourage you to continue that feedback. And as a reminder, state law requires us as a board to pass new diploma requirements by December of 2024. That is in state law. And so, of course, we're undergoing several months of public comment period. We have one draft out. We'll have another draft out soon of updates. So more to come there. I'd like to now, and I know some people are here to talk through the high school redesign and your thoughts there. I know a lot of people are also here to talk through the early literacy endorsement. And again, we're thrilled to hear any solution ideas that you have, and I sincerely want to thank you for being here. We have talked about the real challenge that we face with literacy in the state of Indiana. I've read many of your emails, and that's the first thing that you acknowledge as well, and I want to thank you for that. For the past 10 years, we've had a decade of decline with our scores, and often when people talk about our students, they talk about the pandemic impact, which is certainly real. We see that for sure. And we also were seeing declining scores over the past decade. Today, 81.9% of third grade students are reading by the end of third grade, which we know research shows is a really pivotal time. That's about 1 in 5 of our third grade students who are not able to read by the end of third grade. Last year alone, and just to give you a sense, and I know many people in the room know this, last year alone we had about 14,000 children not reading by the end of third grade, which I'm going to share this shortly, but what an opportunity that we have to work together to overcome that, because that is absolutely something that we can overcome and get students there. And we know that certainly parents and families are very, very important to this equation. We also know that community leaders and providing, whether it's summer learning programs or different things like that, very, very important in partnership. We also know that one of our greatest asset is our educators. And so anything that we can do to provide high quality evidence-based training aligned to science of reading, we want to do that, and we want to continue to work with you on that. In order to support this, when we came in January 2021, again, those literacy scores had been going down for years. We immediately worked with Lilly Endowment. They were the first investor in us as teachers. They invested in current and future teachers. And then the general, they provided, I think at the time, it was August 2022, we announced about $111 million investment. And then the General Assembly that next session did an additional $60 million. So today in Indiana, we have $170 million to invest in us as educators, our current and future teachers. There have been many tactics that have been deployed to support some of this, and a lot of success in the numbers that we're seeing. And I just want to share a few of those. The Indiana Literacy Cadre is one. Today we have a total of 199 schools opting into cohorts 1 and 2. In September, we anticipate, and we're already seeing a lot of signups, we anticipate at least 425 of our elementary schools opting in, and then the following year about 600. I mentioned the parent and family element because we know how much that matters, and some of you I know are participating and supporting your students in this, but we had, right after the pandemic, parents who would come to us and say, I know my child's behind, but I work 2 jobs and I'm not able to pay for additional tutoring. So Indiana Learns was launched to support parents with specific tutoring. I know some of you as teachers are providing that, and thank you so much for doing that. To date, we have over 20,000 students who are getting tutored in a small group basis, and they've received over 180,000 tutoring hours. So again, thank you for that. We also, with the investment, the Indiana Learning Lab is something that was initially just for Marion County. It came out of the pandemic, and that is something that we saw interest from teachers and educators throughout the state. So we launched that statewide. We started at 6,000 users. Today we have nearly 60,000 users, and that's just 2 years later. We also heard, interestingly enough, we mainly had focused that on educators, but we heard from parents and families who said, hey, we'd like some extra assistance too. If we want to work with our kids at home, what can we do? So we did launch a parent and family support hub as well that is connected to that, and that will continue to be developed and improved based on feedback. We also launched, and I talked to a couple of you in the audience today before the meeting who had done the Marion University training today, and that was launched specifically because we knew that we would have another RFP that we would be able to provide free literacy training, but we needed to fill that gap in the short term. Quite frankly, we were hearing from teachers who said that some of them, their district and their local school leaders were all for it. Some maybe weren't getting the training as fast as they desired, and so we launched that quickly to provide that support. To date, we have nearly 6,000 educators who've signed up to participate. Over 1,700 have already completed, and of course that was started just in August. We also expanded the iRead assessment to 2nd grade, and again, I've shared this publicly. That was an idea that I about killed before it got out of my office. The reason is because I think with assessment we have to be very intentional always, and to affirm learning, and so the iRead assessment, the team said, you know, if we know that by the end of 3rd grade, research shows is such a key point in time, how might we build something that would provide teachers and parents good information earlier than that? And so that on-track indicator was built for iRead. Year 1, we had about 300 schools. Year 2, about 700. This past year, we had 1,099 schools who opted in to that. Incredible. The iRead data from this year we'll know as a state. I don't even know that yet. I'm ready to know that, I can assure you, but the iRead data we will find out in August together. We also know that summer programming for students really matters, and right here, another idea that was seeded locally. You had a United Way of Indiana, Central Indiana, and the Mind Trust came together to work with all school types to provide some summer learning. We actually had summer learning going on in all 92 counties, and we worked with researchers to analyze the return on investment. Like, where are we moving the needle more? And that was a highly successful opportunity. So we did an Expand What Works grant, and several different communities around the state received that, from the southern part of our state to the northern, and we'll be watching that data to see if that too helps to help our students read. There are many other different things that have been launched, but I wanted to give you just a little taste of some of what that $170 million investment covered. It also and again, I know that I've missed a few things, so if you have a certain project that you're working on, with Science of Reading, it probably was also funded in part through this. But we also had another professional development opportunity that we did launch I think we press released it on March 20th, right after Sine Die. It was the Keys to Literacy training. To date, we have almost 12,000 teachers who've signed up. That's in about a 3-week period. I saw some people jokingly say it's harder to get signed up for this than get Taylor Swift tickets. Yes, it was. It was. On one day, we had so many educators sign up, and I can't thank you enough for doing that. And we worked hard to overcome that. As you probably know, a new state law passed in 2024 that provides us as educators at least 3 years for current elementary and special education licensed teachers to earn an early literacy endorsement. So we have at least 3 years. We have been asked, and I had someone ask today when I was walking around, so I'll share. My license, as an example, expires in 2029. Some of yours expires in 2031. You would have longer to get that. So it's at least 3-year period. And what the law requires is 80 hours of professional training, as well as a written assessment. And so what we're really working hard on, and I've met with quite a few teacher groups, principal groups, others to brainstorm. I know our team has met with over 1,000 teachers one-on-one. What we're working through right now is any potential solution ideas. I mean, as educators, we want to make sure we have the best possible training, for sure. We know collectively that we have a challenge with reading that we have to overcome. And so the other question that we have commonly received that I just want to mention, it has to do with the 90 professional growth points that are required anytime any of us as educators renew our license. And so that is that early literacy endorsement will meet the full requirement for the educator's next 5 or 10-year license renewal. Again, that's a frequently asked question, so wanted to mention that. In terms of the funding, I had a question today, and so I want to hit on that. It's not necessarily in my notes. Some of you may know that the way that the state budget works is in 2023, in that legislative session, our General Assembly sets the budget for a 2-year period, so 23 to 25. So anytime that we talk about education funding, you can, collectively, we can only speak about the 2 years that we have that budget. So our next opportunity is January of 2025. And the General Assembly will work during legislative session. It's a budget year. So they'll work from January through the end of April to build out our next future budget for all different areas. Of course, education is half the budget. And so then they'll set the budget for the 25 to 27 year. Please know that absolutely we plan to go, and we've already had some discussions with General Assembly members about making sure that we continue that funding support for our teachers so that training remains free, the praxis voucher, et cetera, et cetera. And again, I was asked that question directly, so I wanted to mention that. The other thing that we are working through is we've had several teachers mention their concern about passing the praxis. And so we're also trying to work through options on if teachers aren't able to pass that praxis, then what other ways can we work with teachers to make sure we're good to go there. And again, we're following the law as it is written, and also really focusing on our students ahead. So on that note, what I'd like to do is we'll go ahead and start the public comment period. And Philip, if you want to do our usual introduction, and I will start working through public comments.
Thank you, Dr. Jenner. Indiana's open door law permits state boards to adopt reasonable rules to govern the taking of oral public comment at a meeting. So before we get started, just wanted to remind everyone of the public comment policy adopted by this board. Everyone who has registered via public comment form prior to today's meeting will be given 3 minutes to address the board. And as a reminder, the board is here to listen and will not respond directly to any public comment. Out of respect of everyone's time, each person may speak once, and after your 3 minutes, you'll hear an alarm bell signaling that your time has ended. We want everyone who wishes to speak today to have that opportunity, so we ask that everyone be respectful, refrain from interrupting another person's comments, and adhere to the 3 minutes that's provided. So with that said, we look forward to public comment. Thank you.
And so what I think I'm going to do, again, because we want to hear from everyone here today, is I'll share the person who's going to be speaking, and then I'll do an on deck. And on deck, if you could just come on up to the front. And then depending on if we need, depending on efficiency, I may do a second on deck, just so everyone has awareness. And again, it's something we really want to make sure we're hearing. So first, we have Kendra Johnson.
Wow, I was hoping I'd be last. Anyway, good morning to the board members.
Good morning.
To all the educators in the room. To my favorite educators, the parents of the children, because we are the first teachers, grandparents, godmothers, and everyone else that has a motherly position. And also, I want to salute all the mothers, since Mother's Day is this month. I should have took the time to talk to my kids and ask them who their favorite educator was. Maybe later. But I have to call out an educator. Her name was Beverly Jelks, and she was in the Gary Community School Corporation, and she was STEM before STEM was the norm. She had the privilege of teaching all 4 of my boys, and she had a way of trying to find out what each of the children's specific talents were and tried to work with them in that area. And she was the one that encouraged me to put together my workshops for parents, to show parents how to come together and work together to get the best education for your children. The educator that saved my educational life was Sister Catherine. When I found out that I would not be going away to college because of personal reasons, I wanted to give up in school. And what happened was she read 2 of my term papers, called me into her room and said, how is it a child that can write like this is making grades like this? And when I told her that my dream of going to college, the college I wanted to go to, was being snatched away because of others' personal reasons, she told me, if you don't give up, I promise you there will come a time where you'll be able to choose wherever you want to go in life to be educated. That caused me to continue, not just in education, academically, so that I could graduate, but to educate others so that they could educate others and help children to succeed academically, socially, and in life. So lastly, I would say, congratulations to all of the graduates. You've done it. You've gotten to another point, whether it's preschool, elementary school, middle school, high school, college, but you've done it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. And of course, I shared with you for efficiency that I was going to have an on-deck circle, and then I forgot. So let me try that again. Justin Olenmiller and Sawantella Nelson, you are up. And then Maya Simon, you are on deck.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Secretary and members of the State Board, my name is Justin Olenmiller, and I am grateful to serve as the Executive Director of Stand for Children Indiana. Stand for Children is an education advocacy nonprofit focused on amplifying the voice of parents in historically underserved communities to help close the achievement gap. We believe parents are their children's first and most important teacher, and appreciate the previous speaker from pointing that out. And they have tremendous insights into what is needed to improve outcomes and address generations-old inequities that are holding thousands of Hoosier students back. What we hear from parents aligns with what we see in the data. We have a literacy crisis in Indiana that requires bold and strategic action. There's no doubt that COVID did its part to exacerbate this challenge, but the downward trend started before COVID. A recent article in the 74 highlighted the fact that Indiana saw gains in the fourth grade reading from 2003 to 2015, and these gains were led by the state's lowest performing readers. But since 2015, the state's reading scores took a steep dive, and our most struggling readers took the biggest hit. While top performing Hoosier students' scores fell 1 percentage point from 2015 to 2022, the state average dropped by 10 points, and the lowest performing students fell off the cliff with a drop of 22 points. To add context, Indiana is not alone in this trend, with achievement gaps increasing in 49 of 50 states. Still, there is no comfort in being part of this tragic story across our country. Thankfully, our state is taking bold action to address the literacy crisis, led by Secretary Jenner and her team, as well as the General Assembly, not to mention the historic investment by the Lilly Endowment. What's most impressive about Indiana's response to help our state's struggling readers is the comprehensive nature of the plan. And I think Secretary Jenner went through that plan, so I won't belabor that point. But some will say this is too much too fast. Others will claim that it's the latest trend in education policy that will eventually be overtaken by a new idea. I totally understand both of these sentiments, especially when those feelings are coming from Hoosier teachers who have felt whiplash over the years with some of our state's policies, and also felt under attack by some legislation that's been debated over the years. To be clear, educator fears and anxieties about the new literacy requirements are valid, and I encourage the State Board and the department to listen to the feedback, because thorough feedback will help our plan get better and implementation be tighter. Our organization, which speaks with parents every day who are heartsick over their child's reading struggles, strongly encourages our state leaders to maintain the high bar for educator training that has been set. The literacy endorsement should be rigorous, but the training and support that goes along with the endorsement should be such high quality that teachers believe the time is well spent and they can point to tangible learnings that will improve their instructional practice. I'll wrap up by again thanking Secretary Jenner and her team, as well as the General Assembly, and that includes lawmakers of both parties. In this era of supermajorities and partisan fights, it's easy to forget Indiana's push on the science of reading has been strongly bipartisan. Leaders of both parties across the educational landscape have agreed we have a mandate to solve the literacy crisis. Now it's up to us to meet this moment with effective and rigorous implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya Simon on deck, Alma McCutcheon, followed by Carrie Dank.
Hello, State Board of Education members. My name is Swantella Nelson, and I'm a parent, an educator, and a leader. My daughter is in 7th grade and attends a public innovation school. My son is set to start school next school year. I'm here today because I support our teachers and schools having the science-based reading training and curriculum that will support our Indiana children in becoming skilled readers. While my daughter has always done great with reading, because of my work with the Circle City Readers Program, I know that it is not that case for far too many children in Indianapolis and Indiana. If you don't know, Circle City Readers is a program from the city of Indianapolis in partnership with Rise Indy, meant to help students with reading and literacy. As heartbreaking as those first few days of tutoring were, seeing so many children struggle with reading, I found hope through seeing how the science-based practices help the students. Recalling one third grader who, in the beginning of the program, struggled, and he knew that he didn't know the stuff, and he would get frustrated and really upset. But I had a talk with him, and I had to let him know, like, hey, this is what you need. We are here to help you become better at reading, teaching you these skills that you need. And by the time the last session that I had with him, his reading was better. Like, he wasn't struggling with reading certain words. He slowed down to sound out any words that he had trouble with. And I saw improvement in his 1 minute time readings. But I mean, like I said, in that last session that I had with him, in him I saw that his confidence was boosted. Look, I'm gonna say in the beginning, I struggled with teaching it to them, but after I realized how helpful it was, I tailored it in a way that was helpful to me to teach it to them in a way that they could learn it. Thank you. Like, we learn to read and then we read to learn, right? While I'm not an expert of the science of reading, like I said, I've seen firsthand how students benefit from it. And in order to get to a place where our reading scores are better, our teachers will need training and resources. I have always admired teachers. I know how hard they work and how much they care about students. Like, my time tutoring only reinforced how much I appreciate the work of our educators. And I believe that in the long run, changing how our state teaches children to read only benefit our classrooms and our teachers. I know there's been some pushback about the new literacy endorsement teachers need, and I won't pretend to know all the politics at play, but as a parent who cares about kids in Indiana, and as a person who has firsthand seeing how the reading crisis in our state is impacting children, I wanted to be here to say that our kids deserve more. Our kids deserve proven methods in reading instruction so they have fair chances at successful futures. And that is why I support the efforts being made by state leaders to ensure our tremendous educators have the support they need to help our most struggling readers. Thank you.
Thank you, Swantella. Now we'll have Maya Simon, followed by Alma McCutcheon and Carrie Dank.
First, I want to say thank you, Swantala, for speaking about the early literacy endorsement from a parent perspective. My name is Maya Simon, and I am a third-year special education teacher in the state of Indiana, and I am also here to speak on the keys to literacy and some of its issues, including the ways in which I am personally impacted. So first, like you mentioned earlier, most of the classes are full. So the current open ones necessitate that I lose my summer because I am also teaching summer school. I am teaching summer school so I can afford to live near my place of work, which is 2 miles east of where we are right now. If I register for the only open class, I lose my summer and time to focus on my mental health and prepare for the upcoming school year. Your free training feels like a slap in the face to someone who has earned an AA, a bachelor's, a master's, and a license in special education. Your endorsement tells me that you believe I should work for free or close to poverty level wages, and then you wonder why Indiana is going through a brain drain with most college educated adults leaving the state. We do have a literacy crisis, and your job is to help teachers during contract hours instead of burdening us with more work. Another note, the high school redesign early specialization is another concern of mine. It feels classist and will only hurt poor kids. all students must have options past 8th grade to reevaluate their career and future goals. My hope is that you receive this well and respond with action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alma, followed by Carrie, and then Jennifer Height. Hi, my name is Alma McCutcheon, and I've been a Spanish teacher for 14 years at Charlestown High School and Greater Clark County Schools. Before that, I taught ESL at Parkwood Elementary in Greater Clark for 4 years, and then prior to that, I taught elementary and middle school at East Washington Elementary at East Washington School Corporation, and that was for 9 years. I have my BS in elementary ed, my master's in ELL for secondary education, and due to REPA, I'm licensed to teach Spanish. And due to Rules 4647, because of those things, I'm licensed K-12 for ELL and Spanish. I also teach dual credit at the high school that I'm at, and I teach Ivy Tech in evenings, Spanish 101 and 102. I'm here to talk about both the proposed high school diploma changes and the literacy endorsement, as they both affect me and my career, but they will also affect my daughters, who both want to become teachers. My youngest is currently in the elementary ed program at IUS and is scheduled to graduate in 2 years. I'm going to start off with the literacy endorsement requirement. As the law is now written, in order to renew my license in 2030, I will have to complete this endorsement even though I've not taught elementary school for 14 years. I do not plan to go back to elementary, but I also don't want to lose that off of my license. I understand we need to help our students be able to read, but when Indiana is struggling to fill teaching positions, adding the requirement of 80 more additional hours and a praxis test with a 43% passing rate is only going to deter teachers from renewing their licenses or even get a teaching degree. As I said a minute ago, my youngest daughter is scheduled to graduate with her elementary degree in 2 years, and this requirement may delay that because they're going to be changing the undergrad elementary programs. And it's also a little bit insulting that there's only a $1,200 stipend, and after taxes, it ends up being about $900 something. Where it is right now, I'm eligible to retire in 2028 with my license expiring in 2030. With the requirement as it is currently, I'm not sure that I'm going to renew, that I will probably retire near 2028. Looking at the high school diploma changes, I have concerns as a parent and as a teacher. I'm concerned about the loss of a worldview education. How can we ensure curriculum remains comprehensive and it prepares students not just for job markets, but also to be well-rounded, informed citizens? I am concerned about the timeline. I'm also concerned about getting that done in 2 years, to have that planned and totally restructure everything. And I'm concerned about students meeting college requirements both in state and out of state. And I fear that this will cut jobs in areas such as world history, world languages, among other topics. Thank you. Thank you. So we have Carrie Dank, Jennifer Height, and then Lacey Ladd, followed by Susan Frishy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Carrie Dank. I am with the University of Indianapolis at the Center of Excellence in Leadership and Learning, or as we're better known, CEL. We are currently working with hundreds of schools in a literacy initiative supported through the Department of Education, and I would like to acknowledge the fact that Secretary Jenner has certainly put her foot on the accelerator to create change and to support that change through putting resources in place. What I think we all know and believe is that when you put your foot on the accelerator, you also have to have fuel in the tank. And so otherwise you won't arrive at your destination. And so what I would encourage all of our leaders, and not just state leaders, but school leaders too, to figure out how to keep that tank full for educators. How do we continue to make that investment so that educators can accomplish the task ahead of them? Many of those educators, at no fault of their own, left their preparatory programs with holes in the knowledge, or they were trained at a period of time at which the science hadn't evolved to the point where we understand what the science of reading entails and the benefits that it provides to students. And so the answer is not to roll back, but to figure out how to continue those investments to make the task manageable so that change can occur in the classroom. Within our project, working with hundreds of schools and thousands of teachers, we firsthand see the tangible results for students that result when teachers are properly equipped and have the right amount of time and energy and resources to accomplish the task. And so we encourage you and this board to stay the course, but to ensure that teachers are invested in. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Height, Lacey Ladd, Susan Frishy, Aaron Easton.
Members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of thousands of teachers across the state of Indiana. My name is Jennifer Height, and I'm currently an 8th grade science teacher and the president of the New Prairie Classroom Teachers Association. I'm here to speak to you about your early literacy endorsement. There is no doubt that there is a need for a focus on literacy across the state of Indiana. But in particular, the way the legislation is written, it makes it include all teachers that hold the parent license of elementary education and all special ed teachers. And just to make myself clear, teachers are not against PD. We're not against it. However, we are opposed to PD and adding endorsements to our licenses when it will not benefit what we are actually doing in the classroom. Okay? As you see, as an example, I have a parent license of elementary education, a reading minor, a language arts endorsement, and a science endorsement. I am right now finishing my 29th year, 32 years total at the middle school level, and I teach science only. But because the way the law is written, this includes me. This endorsement is geared K through 5, early literacy endorsement. Will an early literacy endorsement geared K through 5 help to make me a better science teacher? Or would my time be better spent learning about our new science adoption, because we are adopting new science materials, and that's going to require me to do new training this summer. It's going to require me to plan new lessons, new units, write new assessments. That's a lot of work when you're starting from scratch, because when you get a new adoption, you are starting from scratch. So I've also been asked, well, if you have elementary education, what if you decide to go back down to elementary? Well, that's okay. If I decide to teach elementary, I would have to apply for an elementary position, and they would have to look at my license and see if I have that endorsement. At that time, then it would be applied to me, or it would be appropriate for me to get the endorsement. So this endorsement is not meant for all teachers and should not include all teachers just because of the parent license they hold. It should be based on what they teach. There needs to be an amendment made in the language. When creating these laws and regulations, we need to slow down, have discussion before implementing, and we need time to look at it as a whole. Meaningful discussion with those who work in the trenches and live the career. After all, we were the ones chosen for this profession. Thank you.
Lacey Ladd, Susan Frishy, Aaron Easton, Allison Thompson.
Good morning, Dr. Jenner.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lacey Ladd. I'm the Senior Literacy Specialist at the Marian University Center for Vibrant Schools. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. I'm also a certified structured literacy dyslexia specialist, and this is my 19th year in education. 14 of those years, I was a classroom teacher. Today, I'm speaking in support of Indiana's early literacy endorsement as a former teacher and as someone with strong knowledge of best practices in literacy instruction. The practices I know now, practices that are grounded in research and are backed by decades of evidence, are not practices I knew during my 14 years as a classroom teacher. At that time, I did what I thought was best for my students, like teachers do. Unfortunately, what I thought were best practices at the time were not aligned with what decades of reading research taught us about how kids learn to read. Little did I know that the practices I used were really strategies to teach my students to guess words instead of actually read them. People who have never taught reading may hear this and think, how could you not know that what you were doing was teaching students to guess? And my response would be that I didn't know what I didn't know. Like so many teachers, I did what I thought was best for my students at the time based on what I knew, what other teachers in my building were doing, and based on guidance from my school. The consequence is that I had students in every class that would leave my care without being strong readers, some barely reading much at all. I am filled with regret as an educator about those kids I couldn't help because I didn't know how. I see their faces in memory, and I repeat their names to myself when I need to do something hard and important in the service of children. I would give just about anything to be able to go back in time to the kids I failed. If only I had known then what I know now about how to teach reading, I am certain that all of my students would have left my classroom as readers. During the last 3.5 years of working with the Marian University Center for Vibrant Schools, I've heard similar stories from teachers. The training we provide focuses on explicit and systematic instruction in the principles of structured literacy, which are backed by decades of reading research. After one training, a teacher who was close to retirement pulled me aside and said she wished she could go back to the very beginning of her career and teach all of her students again. Teachers work extremely hard to do what is best for their students. While I can't make teaching easy, I try to make it a little easier by standing in the gap between research and practice so that teachers know better than I did, so that all students can learn to read. I acknowledge that this literacy endorsement feels like one more thing on teachers' full plates, but I also acknowledge that our students deserve for us to know and use teaching practices based on research. This literacy endorsement is a strategic and intensive way to get this information to teachers so that they too can stand in the gap and prevent reading failure. Our kids deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Susan Frishy, Aaron Easton, Allison Thompson, Jessica Cartwright.
Hi, my name is Susan Fritchie. I'm a teacher with Elkhart Community Schools. I have been a teacher with Elkhart Community Schools for 23 years. I have taught everything from E&L to first grade to, I teach at the high school now, and I am the German teacher. I am going on my own professional development through Indiana University HPFL this summer to teach students from around Indiana how to speak German in a direct environment. So kind of my own version of a PD, shall we say, where I get to help students really learn what's going to help them take the knowledge from a classroom and apply it in life. I'm speaking about the literacy, the science of reading requirement. Specifically, early literacy starts before kindergarten. And quite frankly, as teachers, we can't necessarily affect that. As the IDOE board, you have a better job of being able to implement structures that would help early literacy, not necessarily the ones that come later with it. Our state only funds half-day kindergarten, and kindergarten is not a requirement by the Indiana State Board of Education. And I feel like that's something that needs to be addressed by the board before the onus is put on teachers. I am a mom and I am a teacher. I have had experience teaching my own personal children to read. They were whole language children. They didn't know phonics until they got older because we talked about reading as understanding and reading to get it. And so that worked for them. I did what was best for my children. In a classroom, I taught whole language, I taught phonics, I made sure that my students had the tests, the ability to read before they left my classroom in first grade. I personally had a couple of students that I want to share with you. I'm just going to identify them with initials. KH came into my classroom at a 3-year-old level. He would say, "I go potty. I done now," as a first grader, because he'd missed so much of kindergarten that wasn't required. By the time he was done with his 1 year in my first grade classroom, he was prepared for first grade. He came into his second first grade year, and he did fantastic. He has continued to be a leader in his classroom, and he is on target to be a wonderful student, participates in athletics, is a student leader that other children look up to. The other student came in labeled as a special ed student, shall we say. No clear diagnosis, just, is that my 3 minutes? Oh, and his mom cried when I told him I was going to treat him like every other children in my classroom. And he got to the point where he was just below reading. And I urge you to look at early literacy, not just for teachers.
Thank you. Aaron Easton, Allison Thompson, Jessica Cartwright, and Jessica Halleck.
Good morning. I'm Aaron Easton. I teach 3rd grade in Fort Wayne, Indiana. The Praxis exam is a licensing examination that measures content knowledge but completely ignores the relational side and what it takes to be an effective classroom teacher. There will be teachers that have been rated as highly effective that will fail this exam. I have recently returned to college to get my master's in educational leadership. 2 areas that we are spending significant time on are developing the staff and student culture. The content we learn and the knowledge we gain will not show how a teacher can implement the science of reading, because teachers have to have the ability to develop a classroom culture that makes learning content possible and the ability to implement. One of my colleagues is moving to Indy and is preparing for a teacher interview. As part of the interview process, the principal required her to come in and teach a lesson to a group of 3rd graders. The principal and our district clearly understands having knowledge doesn't translate to the ability to teach. We have all had colleagues or coworkers that were really good at regurgitating information or book smart. However, that does not always align with the ability to implement that knowledge effectively. In other words, they can talk the talk, but not walk the walk. Teachers don't disagree with the need to do better. The majority of us are hungry to learn and seek out opportunities to learn from each other. No one is asking for the science of reading training to go away. We just want to be able to apply it in a realistic way to prove we are effective. We are continuing to exclude minority candidates through these processes. On the English language arts content area of the Praxis in 2020 and 2021, 22% of African Americans passed versus 65% of the white candidates. Our profession is poorly represented, and students need to have more role models that look like them in our schools. Our teachers go through student teaching, they receive focused feedbacks and constant observation. We need to give credibility and weight to these real-world processes. The principal or administrators can develop look-fors that must be present during the reading block. It is possible to pass these tests and have zero ability to teach. We need to stop excluding professionals based on an exam that is keeping quality talent out of our classrooms. I will leave you with a sample Praxis question. Which of the following is true of the qualitative measures of text complexity? A, they describe statistical measures of a text. B, they rely on computer algorithms to describe text. C, they involve attributes that can be measured only by human readers. And D, they account for the different motivational levels readers bring to text. How well do you feel that the teacher will be able to maintain and implement the science of reading upon a successful answer on this question? Please consider removing the Praxis exam as a requirement for the literacy endorsement.
Thank you. Allison Thompson, Jessica Cartwright, Jessica Halleck, and Corey Frischhout. fry hot. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Allison Thompson, and I am a very proud elementary music teacher in Vigo County School Corporation. I would like to thank the State Board of Education for the opportunity to speak, and to all of the current educators in attendance today. Happy Teacher Appreciation. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and my colleagues who are very concerned about the new early literacy requirements. For a quick background, I graduated in 2008 and obtained a license in elementary education with an endorsement in vocal and general music. I have been teaching elementary music ever since, and I picked up a master's degree along the way. I have only heard positive remarks about the science of reading curriculum as reported by colleagues who are attending local trainings right now, but I cannot see how extensive training in the science of reading will make me a better music teacher. It may prove useful from time to time, but it will not add to my classroom's curriculum, and it will not enrich the music lessons that my current students are receiving. 80 hours of my time outside of regular duties and responsibilities of a public school teacher devoted solely to science of reading will not make me a better music teacher, and it will certainly not allow me the time to seek out professional development in ways that will benefit my classroom environment. Beyond this, I've always been called a highly qualified teacher with my Rules 2002 license and 16 years of being rated highly effective in all of my schools. I even passed the reading specialist praxis test way back when. Why then must I take another praxis test that, once again, will not enrich the classroom lessons in my classroom? Praxis exams have a reputation for being a moneymaker, as they are written to yield those low passing rates, and this is not okay. I admit that I have not jumped on board with enrolling in the training that is being provided by the state because I'm simply overwhelmed. The communication is poor, the pay is very meager, the ability to get a spot in a cohort is proving to be very difficult, and I'm trying to be the best teacher I can be through the remainder of this school year. I do not have the energy to wade through the muck, and I cannot face the anxiety that this training and the requirements have been put on us. If training is what we are supposed to receive, then provide that to all of us through the duration of all future license renewals. I don't want to race and elbow someone to get to the dashboard so I can catch a seat in the cohort. I agree that it's really important that my students are strong readers. The science of reading could be that strategy, but properly funding the schools is the answer. Funding has also been on a rapid decline for the last 10 years and beyond. Funding would give us smaller class sizes. That would really, really help. We could give fair compensation to the educators in the school. My lost generation, we know what that means. And it will attract the best qualified and retain the ones who are ready to leave. These new literacy requirements will, without a doubt, contribute to the mass exodus of good public teachers in Indiana. I am a music teacher speaking to you today, and I want to be the best music teacher I can be. I love my job. I hope the new early literacy requirements are reconsidered and amended in order to ease the burden that is being put on public school teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Allison. Jessica Cartwright, Jessica Halleck, Corey Frischhout, Robert Morris.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Jessica Courtwright, and I am the Associate Director of Government Affairs at Rise Indy, a local nonprofit organization dedicated to ensuring that every child receives an excellent education that prepares them for graduation and beyond. Today, I want to emphasize the critical importance of literacy and the urgent need to ensure teachers are properly trained to guarantee proficiency in literacy for all students. First and foremost, we would like to extend our gratitude to the department for their tireless efforts focused on literacy. Your dedication to this important cause is evident, and we are here to reaffirm our unwavering support for the IDOE and their ongoing endeavors to ensure that students can read and read well. However, it is imperative to acknowledge the gravity of the literacy crisis we're facing. In Marion County alone, 73% of public school students in grades 3 through 8 are reading below grade level. This statistic is not just a number. It represents countless children who are being left behind, their potential stifled by the barriers of illiteracy. Furthermore, the stark racial disparities in education outcomes demands our immediate attention. The 2023 iLearn assessment reveals a distressing reality. Black and Hispanic students in grades 3 through 8 achieve only 28% of the English and math proficiency of their white counterparts. These disparities are not new, but they are escalating, and we cannot afford to stand idly by. We must ensure every teacher has the necessary training to teach literacy effectively. It is crucial to acknowledge recent legislative strides, such as the law passed last session, which requires current educators teaching in SPED in elementary schools to obtain a literacy endorsement. This endorsement is a pivotal step towards improving literacy outcomes for Indiana students. These measures support educators and ultimately benefit students' literacy proficiency. We understand that our teachers need support with this endorsement, and we're grateful to hear that Dr. Jenner is listening to what our educators need and to help them out. At Rise Indy, we are committed to being part of the solution. Our presence here today underscores our dedication to the cause of literacy and our solidarity with the IDOE and teachers in their mission to ensure every child achieves proficiency in reading. I urge the board to continue championing literacy as a fundamental right for every student in Indiana. Together, we can turn the tide on this crisis and build a brighter future for all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Halleck, Corey Frischhout, Robert Morris, Molly Collins.
Good morning. My name is Jessica, and it's my pleasure to speak to you today. I am a high school library media specialist, but I'm also a licensed elementary teacher. Reading is near and dear to my heart. I am a librarian, after all. In 2010, as a middle school English and literature teacher, who was also the mother of a 6-month-old baby and a 2-year-old toddler, I chose to pursue a master's degree in library media and educational technology. When I made that choice, I did so knowing there was an option that allowed me to do the work on my own time. It was important for me to find a path towards my dreams that would also allow me to maintain balance between my coursework, my personal life, and my daily work as an educator. And it was a good thing I did, because in the middle of all that, and not at all planned, I became pregnant and had a 3rd child. Because life shows up unexpectedly, but the flexibility of the path I chose allowed me to continue with my master's, and thankfully so, because again, it was my choice and my passion and my dream, and it was going to allow me to step into a new area of education. Professionals in all fields are required to continue their education, and those professionals get to choose what opportunities they'd like to pursue in their respective fields to further their knowledge. Professionals also get to choose the time and manner in which to do so. This required literacy endorsement is not allowing teachers to choose. When I chose to get my master's, I could have chosen to become an administrator or a school counselor, a sea of endless possibilities, but I had a passion. How many future administrators or library media specialists or school counselors will have to put their dreams on hold because they're now required to, by law, to follow the exact same path of continuing education that every one of their peers is also following? And while there are many options with the Keys to Literacy coursework to fulfill this mandate, none of them allow for working professionals to maintain balance with their personal lives. I would have to sacrifice watching every soccer game and swim meet my kids have for 2 months if I chose the Saturday option. If I chose any of the summer options, I would have to sacrifice working my 2nd job. And as a mother and a professional with a master's degree and 20 years of experience whose kids qualify for reduced lunch, my ability to work a 2nd job over the summer is crucial. Even the option of 1 or 2 Saturdays a month is unattainable for me as a single parent who cannot commit to being free and available for a specific Saturday that is 5 to 7 months away. Dangling a small stipend in front of us as a way to cajole us into sacrificing parts of our personal lives is demeaning to who we are as professionals. And we are all professionals who want to and do continue learning best practices in our respective areas of teaching. We will learn the science of reading so that we are better equipped to teach our students if that is what our students need. But what about professionals like myself who would benefit far more from continuing education that aligns more closely with what I'm actively doing in school? And what about the students I actively engage with who would also benefit from my ability to choose relevant professional development? Mandating this endorsement be added to every existing license is demeaning, and that one-stop shop of Keys to Literacy is not a choice. You pride yourselves on providing choice for Hoosier students. Please don't take away choice from Hoosier teachers.
Thank you. Corey Frischhout, Robert Morris, Molly Collins, Sarah Kraft. Corey here? Yep, that's all right. That's all right, Corey.
All right.
I'm Corey Fryhot. I am a
Fryhot,
teacher
thank you.
I'm
Corey Fryhot. Sorry about that,
Yeah,
Corey.
I'm a teacher at the Vigo County School Corporation. I have taught for 16 years. I teach special ed, a self-contained ED classroom. I have my master's, and I'm just keep it really, really simple. I'm a SPED teacher. There is a teacher shortage, and then there's the SPED teacher shortage, which is immense. I know 2 SPED teachers already, and I'm not talking about the old guard. I'm talking about young teachers in their first 3 years. They're done. They're out when they heard this. One of them, I love her to death. She's scared to death of the praxis. It's enough that she's going to work at Lilly. So I ask that you guys look at those requirements, because all those SPED teachers in secondary and middle school who aren't teaching reading, that needs to be adjusted. They're not teaching reading. They're not teaching early literacy. We're going to chase good teachers away. And in the community I'm from, Vigo County, we're right on the border. Illinois is right there. And they're jumping ship over. And we don't want to see that happen. As far as elementary SPED, which is my specialty, I would ask that you consider looking at everything we do as SPED teachers. We are constantly getting professional development, and you hear a lot about science of reading and whole learning and things like that. I haven't done the whole science of reading stuff, but I've done some of it. It's a lot of what we're doing in our SPED classrooms already. When we get a student in our room, especially in a self-contained SPED room or any resource room, we are meeting the student where they're at. So we are going out on our own time and finding strategies that are going to work. And a lot of times, yeah, that is some of the same stuff science of reading is touting. So I ask that you look at that. And then the last point is just kind of on a personal thing. It's that you look at the time frame of all these requirements. You look at extending them. I am a single father. Just as my predecessor before me here, I work 3 jobs. We don't eat, we don't live without those 3 jobs. Teaching doesn't pay it. I ask that you guys look at shortening that PD, because honestly, unless you can provide it in our contracted hours, we shouldn't be doing it. No other professional profession is going to be okay with being told, not only do you have to do this to keep your license, but you have to do it outside of your contracted hours. And I understand we're getting a stipend, but if you can do it in the 80, that's like $15 an hour. I make more than that at the pizza shop I do on the weekends. In Vigo County, I get paid curriculum rate when I do extra for the corporation. That's $35 an hour. I believe it should be at least that. All right, but that's it. Just thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Corey. Robert Morris, Molly Collins, Sarah Kraft, Timothy Connor.
Good morning. My name is Robert Morris, and I'm here on behalf of the Duneland Teachers Association. I'm going to speak to you today about the impact of both the literacy endorsement and the new graduation requirements on both students and teachers. First, the literacy endorsement. Our teachers agree that students are entitled to the best reading instruction available. We believe that ongoing PD within school districts is the best way to deliver this instruction to teachers. In fact, in the past, districts have carried out PD on behalf of new state requirements and done so successfully. But requiring teachers to go through IDOE training and notifying them 2 months prior to the training causes a hardship for many Indiana teachers. Teachers sign up to teach summer school to help bridge reading gaps with their students. They have summer jobs to supplement their income. They plan vacations for their time off. All of these things take place in June when this training takes place. These plans were made well in advance, and now teachers have to choose between the plans they have made and the expense of paying for this PD out of their own pockets. There is also the issue of who is required to take this training. Teachers in my district who are licensed elementary with specialty endorsement and do not teach reading at all are required to take this training to renew their license. We have several who teach only math or science who are required to get this endorsement to renew their license. This training is rigorous and time-consuming. It includes a praxis test, and while no knowledge is a waste, it does seem excessive as a requirement. Perhaps these teachers could be renewed, but with a limit on teaching reading. Second, I want to speak to you about the new graduation requirements. The members of my association who counsel students toward graduation have many concerns and questions about these new requirements. Allow me to highlight a few. Again, they recognize the value of providing students with some flexibility toward graduation requirements, but how this flexibility will be delivered is causing concern. Will Scholar Track be updated to include a graduation requirement verification checklist of some sort? Ideally, a school would be able to document what a student had completed each year and find a list of what still needs to be completed. Students choose their individualized graduation plan in middle school, but what if they want to change it midway through high school, a time when many school students mature and change career decisions? If Indiana is the first state to redesign diplomas, then is there no continuity of what school-age students in other states are also completing? How does this impact or attract families who move in from out-of-state schools, or impact Indiana students applying to out-of-state colleges who offer tuition benefits for Indiana residents? If the type of class used to earn points is now flexible, do students no longer have to repeat courses they have previously failed? Can they just switch courses, or is this a local decision? Many of these new requirements appear to rely on experiences done outside of the school building. How are these things to be tracked, monitored, and/or enforced when they are not in a school setting? What counts as external verification of a competency? Is there a standard issue form the IDOE will provide, or is this something schools are expected to create? What is a credential of value for component 3 of the GPS Plus diploma? Will a master list be provided? Thank you for your attention today. Duneland teachers respectfully request that IDOE work with ISTA and locals to find solutions to these concerns.
Thanks, Robert. Molly Collins, Sarah Kraft, Timothy Connor, Brittany Mack.
My name is Molly Collins, and I'm with the Institute for Quality Education. IQE is a non-for-profit organization that advocates for policies aimed at providing every Hoosier student a quality education, ensuring that they're prepared to be successful in life and work beyond the K-12 experience. We have continuously heard over this past year, and we heard earlier from Secretary Jenner, that 1 in 5 students are not proficient in reading by the end of 3rd grade, and that this is continued to be called a crisis situation in our state. Research has shown us that a child's ability to read proficiently by the end of 3rd grade is critical to their future success, not only in school, but in their lifelong earning ability. Comprehending written material is a central part of the educational process. So when a child falls behind in reading, they risk falling further behind in every subject and all the grades that follow. Students who struggle with foundational reading skills have a much harder time making the grades to be able to graduate, and therefore making it harder to find gainful employment in the future. Although we are saddened that the data shows that we've reached this crisis level on this topic, we are encouraged that the State Board of Education, the Indiana Department of Education, the General Assembly, and the governor of our great state have not only recognized the crisis that our students and state face today, but are actively aligned to take bold steps to address this issue head on. We're also encouraged that this is a solvable crisis. We know that we can rely on decades-long, scientifically backed research on how children learn to read efficiently and effectively. IQE has been supportive of the various literacy-focused legislation the past few legislative sessions. And while we recognize that some of these steps may present a challenge to schools and educators, we have confidence in their ability to meet these challenges head-on, as they continuously do, so that all aspects of our children's education are aligned behind the science of reading. Oftentimes, the step that is best and right for students may not be the easiest, but we are at a critical crossroad in our state's future and for the future of our children, and we cannot wait. Our students cannot wait. Now is the time for bold leadership and action, and I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Kraft, Timothy Connor, Brittany Mack, Diana Reed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sarah Kraft. I'm in my 16th year as an English and economics teacher at Borden High School. I am also a parent and the president of our local Teachers Association. I am here today to share my concerns regarding the early literacy endorsement and the proposed diploma changes. The endorsement requirement in its current form is a blatant overreach by IDOE and the legislature and places a significant and undue burden on currently licensed teachers. Given the lack of input teachers and districts have had the opportunity to provide, I implore you to regroup and reconsider. Allow corporations to build upon existing professional development to complete the training for the endorsement. Remove the praxis requirement, as many of the programs
as many programs that are already in place have embedded mastery learning. Keys to Literacy requires significant time commitments outside of school, taking even more time from teachers than we already donate on behalf of our craft. No stipend can replace that loss. As to the proposed diploma changes, the speed of implementation is concerning. In your haste to be a pioneer, it is our students who will pay the price. The first cohort impacted by these changes is already in 7th grade. What parent and student-friendly communication has been shared by IDOE with corporations? What input was requested from educators, students, or parents prior to the development of these requirements? What thought was given to transportation for work experiences or the capacity of employers within corporations to accommodate these students? What information was gathered from colleges to know if our students can even be admitted under the new requirements? What consideration was given to any affected group beyond the legislators and business owners who will benefit from these changes? IDOE has acknowledged that these changes are sweeping and substantial. Changes of this extent should involve in-person feedback from educators, parents, students, and other stakeholders, not an online form. Much like the literacy endorsement, the release of this information was neither organized nor thorough. I have asked questions. I asked how much input's been received from has been requested from IDOE about the endorsement. None. I asked what science of reading trainings already happened in our district, over 50 hours. I asked our counselors what our new diploma requirements would look like for our students, and I had answers back in a day, because I asked. At what point will the bodies who make the rules for our teachers, schools, and students actually provide opportunities for meaningful input and feedback from those most impacted by these changes? I cannot quantify the number of changes that my colleagues and I have navigated over the years at the whim and behest of those in power. The legislature and the IDOE have developed an affinity for implementing substantive changes at an alarming time frame. These constant rule changing and target moving has to stop. Enough is enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Timothy, Connor, Brittany, Matt, Diana Reed.
And no one cares about timekeeper, but I do. And don't start yet, man.
Thank you for that. That was good.
I mean, he's dressed nice and no one's even looking at him. And plus, you guys are going to remember me now. Now you can start. Dr. Jenner and board members, I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today. I tell you what, I love living in a democracy. I love a republic. And open, honest communication, that's what makes us great. My name is Tim Connor, and I teach at Delphi Community School Corporation. This is my 40th year of teaching at Delphi. And I figured out I've taught I should get applause points too. So I figured I've taught about 7,700 days. I've taught about 1,000 students. This is my 31st class is graduating from Delphi. And I'm here to share my concerns about the keys to literacy. In my heart, I know literacy is important. Dr. Jenner, my dad went to a one-room school on the Herd Ridge in Allen's County, Tennessee. And he stopped reading to me when I was 8 because I could read better than what he could. He said, Tim, I'm not reading to you anymore because you read better than me, you know more than me, and there's a tear in his eye. And I can't imagine how much that hurt. I tell my students that I've read books and talked to POWs that had knowledge that they learned. It couldn't be beaten out of them. It couldn't be starved out of them. I tell them that there were laws in our society at one time where segments of our population, it was illegal to teach them to read. And they were willing to die to learn to read. If there was power in our society, it's in public schools and in literacy. And I just don't see how these requirements are going to make that better because there is a teaching shortage. I want my students to learn. I want them to remember what they've read. I want them to be empowered. And I'll tell you, spring of '85 was the end of my first year, and the changes have taken place. I can't even imagine. Some of them were good, some of them were well thought of, some of them not so well thought of, some of them were rushed. But in the new literacy requirements, I think it places an undue burden on the teachers. You see, I'm at the end of my career. I have a lifetime license. It used to say lifetime, and now it says it ends at 2038, so I think that's when the DOE thinks I'm going to die. And I'm sorry, I am offended by that. Even the time guy wouldn't do that to me. But there's a teacher shortage, and we have people now going back into this transition to teaching. So they're taking those classes. We have people actually going back to get their master's degrees again, when there was a time the state of Indiana says, yeah, we really don't want you to get your master's degree. It's not worth it. So, thank you very much. So I will tell you, when they're already doing this work, and they're already taking care of this stuff, they've got their family demands, I really think that is really annoying. Imagine that we're on a boat, and it's short-staffed, and we need people to help us trim this sail. These requirements aren't helping us at all. They're not adding crew members to the crew, and this praxis requirement, you might as well be drilling holes in the bottom of the boat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you. Brittany Mack, Diana Reed, Molly Lucas, Allie Langfeld.
I knew that I would have to follow someone super charismatic. Hello.
Hey, I'm playing nightclubs. It's my second job.
Hello, dear members of the State Board of Education and Secretary Jenner. My name is Brittany Mack. I'm with KIPP Indianapolis. I started 10 years ago as an instructional aide there. I taught for 7 years, and now I lead our priority work. I'm here to talk to you about early literacy. On behalf of KIPP Indianapolis Public Schools, I would like to express my gratitude for your leadership in increasing literacy across the state of Indiana by focusing on targeted, evidence-based instructional support for our staff, students, and families. KIPP Indy is a network of public charter schools that educates 1,500 students in grades K-12 in the community of Martindale-Brightwood, a predominantly black neighborhood located on the Near East Side of Indianapolis. The demographics of our students reflect the demographics of our community. 95% of students identify as Black or Latinx, 94% receive free reduced lunch, 15% are emerging bilinguals, and 12% receive special education services. As you already talked about, our neighborhood was disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and as a result, we've collaborated with key partners to invest in rigorous academic support for staff and students to restore learning across the network. In 2022 and 2023, we achieved our highest within-year growth, with 72% of students in grades K2 meeting their individualized growth goal in ELA, which is 29% higher than the previous year. Based on mid-year results from this academic school year, students in kindergarten and second grade are outperforming 2022-2023 mid-year results by 9%. Currently, across K2, 62% of students are on track to meet their individualized growth goal, which is 4% higher than this time last year. This growth is largely due to our prioritization of teaching practices that align to science of reading. Educators in our lower elementary have made early literacy and science of reading aligned practices a priority for 2 years, which means that as leaders, we've engaged in ample professional development, training, and collaboration to ensure that our approach is research aligned, systematic, and builds on itself. Through several academic partnerships, we've been able to invest in leader development, teacher development and training, and curricular materials for students. We're grateful to be a part of the literacy cadre, which has bolstered our leader knowledge and allowed for leaders to provide direct coaching and development for teachers, equipping them with more science of reading aligned strategies. Through this cadre, we can continue to strengthen our approach and build knowledge and capacity for our teachers to implement reading instruction with students in a way that sets them up to be early readers on a successful academic trajectory. The growth that our students are achieving is a proof point and call to action that we must continue to invest in the implementation of these practices. This work is deeply personal to me, as I feel like it is for all of us. And when I was a teacher at Kip Indy, I was able to implement some of the Orton Gillingham curriculum with my self-contained SPED students. Those students at the time were anywhere from 10 years old to 16, and to think that we can impact our younger readers before they get to that point is just really inspiring. I want to express my support for empowering Indiana's current and future educators with the knowledge and tools needed to ensure students learn to read. Thank you for your continued leadership on this front. With gratitude, Brittany Mack.
Thank you. Diana Reed, Molly Lucas, Allie Langfeld, John Casper.
Good morning, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Diana Reed. I serve as the ML teacher at Union Center Elementary at Union Township Schools in Valparaiso and am the treasurer for the Indiana State Teachers Association. I stand before you today representing thousands of dedicated educators across our state. I'm here to address the literacy endorsement requirements that are a great source of concern and a high-level issue among my fellow educators. The requirements, including the praxis exam and the mandated 80 hours of professional development, have increased stress and compounded existing challenges of teacher burnout and retention. Colleagues have expressed they would rather let their licenses lapse at the next renewal date than be subjected to more hoops and mandates to prove their worth. We are already experiencing a shortage of qualified educators, and these new requirements do not signal to our teachers that their education, degrees obtained, and endorsements earned are valued. First, let's talk about the praxis exam. It imposes an unnecessary burden on our teachers. We question the efficacy and necessity of this exam and ask it to be removed as a requirement. There are other ways to show proficiency. Claiming we value teachers while at the same time imposing stressful conditions does little to enhance classroom effectiveness. Secondly, while professional development is vital, the mandated 80 hours on top of the other demands on teachers' time need to be flexible and meaningful. We ask that options for acceptable professional development be further expanded and allow previous coursework and training to count towards these hours. This change is crucial for respecting the professional expertise and prior investments of our teachers. Additionally, history and time have shown that our educators have risen above and beyond when faced with deep cuts created by legislation to public education. Self-preservation to remain in this profession has been proven by the number of educators who have added additional licensing to meet the needs and demands in our schools. We have many educators who started with elementary education licenses and have transitioned and expanded to other roles through the exams approved by the Department of Ed. These educators will be forced to take PD that is not applicable to their current instructional area. The board's commitment to improving education is appreciated. However, policies must be implemented with a clear understanding of the impact on those who are affected the most, Hoosier teachers. They deserve policies that respect their dedication and acknowledge their professional judgments. We are not just advocating for the removal of burdensome requirements. We are calling for policies that respect, support, and empower our educators. We appeal to you to do what is best for students and the state by respecting the profession and easing the growing workload of our teachers. We remain committed to working with you to enhance and strengthen public education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Molly Lucas, Allie Langfeld, John Casper, Nicole Roberts.
Good morning, board. My name is Molly Lucas, and I am a reading specialist in Wayne Township and a future elementary literacy coach through the Science of Reading grant that will be working with the DOE. As a public educator in the state of Indiana for 27 years, I've seen many changes in leadership, curriculum, professional development, and teacher requirements. Teachers enjoy learning and want to be current in best practices to help their students reach success. Teachers understand that teaching requires work outside of the classroom too, and already give time preparing lessons, materials, as well as supporting our students in the community. My concern with the literacy endorsement put in place by HEA 1558-2023 and SCA 1-2024 is the amount of required coursework, the low pay of $15 per hour, and the unmanageable scheduling of attending 7 8-hour synchronous classes. This is an unreasonable burden for teachers. In addition to the enormous workload of the training sessions, completion of the praxis exam is also required. Besides that, due to lack of funding, which you have addressed in your notes ahead of time, only 9,500 teachers will be compensated for the endorsement, while the remaining teachers will have to pay out of their pockets for the praxis test and will not be compensated for the same work. These remaining teachers, should that money not be passed for the upcoming budgets, should not be punished for either not getting into sessions that would have qualified them for the stipend and free praxis, or for having prior commitments that disallowed them to attend the sessions that would have included them in the teachers being paid. My suggestions would be to pay the stipend to all teachers expected to complete the literacy endorsement. Make 6 virtual classes asynchronous, except for the last class, to allow for questions to be answered. Make the asynchronous classes due within a certain time frame, 2 to 3 months, for instance, to be done at the discretion of the teacher's time versus on certain dates that don't allow for flexibility. This freedom allows teachers to fulfill the duties of spouse, parent, family member, friend, and many other roles that teachers have beyond teaching. Eliminate the praxis test, knowing that the completion of coursework and classes is ample. If more assessment is needed, short electronic quizzes could be given throughout the classes with opportunities to retake them to pass within 80% if needed. Allow districts to bring in approved training that they've already done that address their individual district's needs while fulfilling a science of reading professional development requirement. Individual districts have vastly different needs, and therefore one-size-fits-all training is not honoring that. Finally, I challenge you to examine the quality and accuracy of assignments given. Some articles dated from 2008, as well as other outdated materials from a peer taking this. I would even challenge that some of the materials negate current practice in the science of reading. Thank you for your time and consideration of revisions to best serve the educators of Indiana.
Thank you. Allie Langfeld, John Casper, Nicole Roberts, Jessica Hurley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Allie Langfeld, and I am a current first grade teacher at a public school district not too far from Indianapolis. I graduated from Purdue University, West Lafayette with an undergraduate degree in elementary education and a concentration in reading. I come from a family where both of my parents are public educators. When I applied to Purdue in 2017, they did not want me to be a teacher, become a physical therapist, become a speech pathologist, something where you can still work with kids, but not teaching. But I stuck with it, and I know what it means to be an educator in Indiana. Educators in this state are passionate about their careers, explicit in their instruction, and determined to always meet the needs of their students. I know education is a profession of lifelong learning and a commitment to following best practices, but today I'm here to speak to you about the I don't know thoughts of me and my colleagues. I do not know how I'm going to find the time to get 80 hours of coursework in with a full-time job. I'm sure many people in this room already know that in order to be a good teacher, it takes a lot of time in the morning and after school to prepare for the week, as well as many Saturdays and Sundays spent grading or analyzing student data to create student-tailored lessons so our kids can, in fact, read by 3. Keep in mind that these same teachers have children or other commitments that they have to attend in their daily life. I do not know how I'm going to find the money to pay for these 80 hours. I taught for a year in the state of North Carolina where they in fact did cover part 1 of my letters training. Now I'm in a new state where I cannot get into these classes and they are full, and I'm going to have to pay $2,000 out of pocket for the part 2 of letters because I do think it's a beneficial curriculum, but I can't pay for it. I truly do not know how I will be able to afford this when I can already barely afford the cost of living on my teacher's salary. It causes extreme stress to think about how I'm going to fit these courses into my already tight budget. Recently, I did do the Science of Reading course that the IDOE provided. In the video titled Revealing the Reading Brain, Michelle Elias states, "The brain is not wired to read naturally. We need to train it to read. That makes us neurosurgeons." So my question to you is how are you going to give me the time and the funds so I can continue to be the best neurosurgeon I can be.
Thank you. John Casper, Nicole Roberts, Jessica Hurley, Deborah Heath.
Hello, my name is John Casper. I've been teaching special ed for 30 years. I teach now Patel Elementary up in Mishawaka. Before I went to IU to get my degree in special ed, I was in the Army. I served in a short combat situation in Central America, and I came through that, and I wanted to do something with passion, and that was teach. And I got my degree, and I love teaching, and that's what kept me going for 30 years, because passion is what makes kids read. I've had kids throughout these 30 years who would knock over a desk, throw books, because I expected them to read, to learn how to love literature, to read books with them, to make them get them to love books. Then I didn't have to do it. I was a facilitator. It just took over. And that's what I'm challenging this board to do for educators. I challenge you to change the narrative. Change your narrative to draw teachers in. We want passion. Encourage passion. Show us respect. Because right now I feel like I'm not respected. I used my GI Bill, not sacrifice. I used it for my degree. But now I'm being told now it doesn't matter. That's not valid. Where does research come from? Universities. So if you go to a university, you're going by research, you're going by science. And we learned every single way to help some kid. It wasn't just one way, phonics, whole language, it was everything that will work. And that's what we do in special ed too. We do the same thing. And being a special ed teacher, I've gone through many different classrooms. I get to go in and out of classrooms. And I have to tell you, I've seen so many great teachers. 99% were working hard. And there's a narrative that is not being told that's true. Because we're telling people to guess words, nobody does that. Nobody just said, well, just guess. That's not going on. That's a narrative. Change that narrative, please, because that is not the truth. It's not the truth. I challenge you to change that narrative because we have great people. You want to keep these great people, and we want to encourage passion. That's what makes kids learn. It can turn them around. We're going through one of the most difficult times, and people that have survived this pandemic and are putting up with all this stress, you need to pat them on the back, not tell them you need more. We survived, and we're still here. Give us credit.
Thank you. Nicole Roberts, Jessica Hurley, Deborah Heath, Lori Young.
Good morning, and a happy Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thank you.
I come from a family of teachers. All three of my aunts were teachers. My mother taught for 35 years. I am currently in my 27th year of teaching, and my daughter here is at Purdue University going into teaching. As much as my mom tried to talk me out of being a teacher, I did it. As much as my husband and I tried to talk Bella out of being a teacher, she's in it. So I stand here before you today asking you, how can the state show appreciation to teachers? Indiana can express gratitude for its educators in various ways. Firstly, acknowledging the significant time and effort teachers invest in professional development and literacy instruction is essential. Secondly, the Indiana Department of Education can implement flexible policies, granting teachers autonomy and creativity in literacy instruction. Over the past 2 years, my school corporation, Greater Jasper, in Southern Indiana, has collaborated with external organizations to enhance elementary staff members' proficiency in reading instruction. Substantial time and money have been invested in initiatives such as CompCon training, science of reading modules, phonics skills development through Orton Gillingham, and participation in the literacy cadre facilitated by the IDOE staff, which, by the way, on a side note, has been excellent.
Good, thank you.
Greater Jasper's educators have embraced these opportunities, acquiring new methodologies and sharing their knowledge with their peers. Through hands-on approaches, teachers have effectively transferred expertise to both staff and students, resulting in remarkable improvements in reading fluency and reading comprehension. However, it's highly concerning that the IDOE has yet to provide clear guidance to educators on professional development qualifying for the Keys to Literacy. Successful school corporations understand the importance of continuously improving student learning and teacher effectiveness. Instead of waiting for directives, they proactively initiate professional development opportunities and refine skills to maximize effectiveness of instructional time with students. The IDOE must reassess its approach, recognizing the value of training already undertaken by school corporations. Rather than dismissing the efforts that may not align with a predetermined framework, the IDOE must closely examine the positive impact of these initiatives and incorporate them within the Keys to Literacy. To ensure that prior and meaningful work by educators is recognized and valued, benefiting both the students, but more importantly, or benefiting the teachers, but more importantly, the students. In conclusion, teachers deserve genuine appreciation and respect for their dedicated time and efforts in shaping young minds. As dedicated professionals, we continuously strive to empower students to reach their full potential. However, the actions of figures like Dr. Jenner and the state lawmakers show a sincere lack of understanding of our profession. The teaching profession is becoming less appealing, and imposing these unnecessary challenges will deter others from pursuing our profession. Indiana must implement measures supporting and valuing its teachers, especially those enhancing literacy skills among students. By doing so, the state can demonstrate a genuine commitment to the success of both valued educators and deserving students alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Hurley, Deborah Heath, Lori Young, Blair DeRuza.
My name is Jessica Hurley, and this isn't what I wanted to be doing during Teacher Appreciation Week, yet here I am. I teach 6th grade middle school math at Boonville Middle School in Warwick County, Indiana, and yes, it was a 3-hour drive to come up this morning to speak for 3 minutes at this meeting. I hold an elementary generalist K-6 license and a middle school math 5-9 license. All 8 years of my career have been under my middle school math license. I have to renew my license again in 2028, and now in order to continue teaching math, I need a literacy endorsement. Something I would not have known based on the misleading information presented as a literacy training opportunity in the IDOE's newsletter, had it not been for my colleagues across the state calling attention to it the week before April 15th. Since November, I have been researching and planning to pursue a master's degree in math education this summer, since teaching math, particularly middle school, is my passion. Instead, I have taken a literacy teacher's spot as I am signed up for a training in literacy, something I have no interest in teaching, have never taught, and will never teach. We should not be discouraging our math teachers from receiving training relevant to their content, especially when Indiana math standards were just changed by the same entity less than a year ago. Do not mistake my frustration with these requirements as being against training. I am always looking for training that is relevant to my position as a middle school math teacher. The IDOE has emphasized the flexibility they are offering with this training through Keys to Literacy. One of my colleagues who works a part-time job to supplement his teaching income works most Saturdays and sometimes even Sundays during the school year, as well as a full-time job in the summer. When would this flexible training be something he could actually complete? A $1,200 stipend for this time is less than what my colleague would make if he worked these hours. Another colleague just gave birth to her twin boys, taking her household of 4 to a household of 6 in one day. What flexibility is there for her to complete this training when $1,200 won't even cover childcare costs for 4 kids for 80+ hours of training? Another colleague is a single parent to 2 children in middle school who play multiple sports. When does this flexibility suggest she complete this 80+ hours of training? A survey conducted within my district found 65% of respondents have considered leaving education earlier than expected instead of renewing their license because of this new requirement. However, 70% of those teachers said that if the training were offered during contract hours, they would feel differently about the requirements. The fact of the matter is, teachers do have lives, struggles, and responsibilities outside of our day jobs. We need to ensure that this training is getting to teachers who are directly teaching this content to our students. We need to ensure that this training is truly flexible and offered during times when teachers are not having to pay for additional childcare, when teachers don't have to choose between a second job and additional training, and when teachers are not giving up time with their own children and families to get this completed. Please consider empowering and providing resources to local districts to offer this training to teachers during contracted hours.
Thank you. Deborah Heath, Lori Young, Blair DeRuza, Rebecca Bryant.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the topic of early literacy endorsement. My name is Deborah Heath, and I am representing myself as an Indiana educator. I'm currently finishing my 26th year with the Indianapolis Public School System. Respectfully, the rollout of the early literacy endorsement requirements has felt very disorganized. It feels like the plane is being built while it is being flown. I'm not against the idea of additional training being available for educators, but some of the language being utilized indicates that it is optional training. I don't consider it a choice if I must complete this training to keep my license that allows me to teach in the state of Indiana. It is a requirement, not optional. Personally, school districts should have been surveyed, consulted on what programs they were already utilizing for professional development towards the science of reading. In watching the video I found on the IDOE website, it states that there will be additional trainings that will be considered eligible for the 80 hours due to the flexibility awarded by the law. Why were these trainings/programs not identified prior to the rollout of requirements? Currently, I hold a Rules 46-47 license, which I can teach grades 1 through 6 and 7-8 non-departmental. I also hold computer endorsement plus a math endorsement. Currently, I'm teaching Project Lead the Way for grades K through 6. I don't use the elementary portion of my license, but if I do renew in 2029, I'll need to take training that I won't need. I ask that you pause the rollout and confirm all programs that will be eligible for the 80 hours needed by educators for the early literacy endorsement. A suggestion I would offer is that the passage of approved programs should be sufficient if a teacher does pass those, or if someone can pass the praxis regardless if they've taken the coursework, they should qualify for the endorsement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lori Young, Blair DeRuza, Rebecca Bryant, Emily Hinosa.
My name is Lori Young, and I'm a veteran middle school and high school science teacher with 28 years experience in the classroom. I'm also a 4th generation public education school teacher, and I'm currently in my 3rd year as the Evansville Teachers Association leader. I'm here today to share several things with you. I would like to share 5 of my beliefs and then go into some suggestions and solutions that I think would apply here. I'm here to tell you that I feel that teachers should be held accountable to high standards. I feel that teachers support scientifically based quality professional development and or coursework that improves their craft. I believe that teachers should stay current on best practices in their field of expertise by participating in school-led meetings or attending quality professional development workshops and conferences. I believe that teachers should safeguard the future of education. And I believe teachers should demonstrate integrity and professionalism, acting as role models for their students, their schools, and their communities. Now, I'd like to share with you some concerns that have been shared with me as the leader of the Evansville Teachers Association. Some of my colleagues have never taught in the elementary building. They have an elementary parent license. These colleagues have shared that their stress level is on overdrive. They feel underappreciated, undervalued, attacked, and defeated by this organization that is supposed to be our leaders. Other colleagues who teach at the elementary level have expressed their concerns about passing this praxis exam. For many veteran teachers, they haven't taken an exam like this for years. I know firsthand when I went from middle school up to the high school, I had to take the praxis for life science. I hadn't taken an exam like that for 24 years. My stress level was out of control. Granted, I passed the test, but I'm also good at memorizing facts. And that's what the praxis test was like on life science. So I do understand their stress level. They're also afraid that if they don't pass this praxis test, currently they get 1 year to go back, retake the test, and if they don't pass it then, they're done. They can't renew their license. I guess they could get an emergency license, but that seems to be rather an attack on them and their professionalism. I've even had other colleagues who shared that they can't afford to give up 7 Saturdays during the school year or 7 pre-designated days during the summer. They have second jobs. They coach or sponsor extracurricular activities. They have families. They have test anxiety, and they need to decompress over the summer and on the weekends. Now, here are my solutions. I do have them. Time is up. Oh, no. Well, I'm going to go anyhow. Let's see. I think PK5 and special ed teachers who are using their endorsements who never planned to teach in the elementary level should be excused from this endorsement and praxis exam. I also feel that teachers with PK5 and special education licensures should be able to prove mastery using other resources, and I know that that was mentioned earlier that you are looking into that. And I think you actually have a great start because it's already on your website, that certain places only, they require certificates. They should be able to turn in those certificates that shows mastery. I think that School Board of Education and every single teacher in this state should demand that legislators provide proof that they have worked with educators who are currently in teaching the public, parochial, and private school classrooms before bringing any education bill to the legislator. And I am wrapping it up with my 4th thing, so thank you. I think that the School Board of Education and all teachers should demand that legislators amend the law and require students to attend school at age 5, not age 7. There's a muffin. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair DeRuza, Rebecca Bryant, Emily Hinosa, and Jessica Ketchum.
Good morning, Dr. Jenner and the members of the State Board of Education. My name is Blair DeRuza, and I have been a teacher for 18 years. I am here to share concerns about the new literacy coursework you are requiring. I have been a Title I reading teacher for 11 years, and I agree that we have a reading crisis in Indiana. My experience tells me the lack of available preschool and early education is a bigger crisis. Students are coming in ill-prepared for school, and this seems like a better place for you to focus your efforts. As it currently stands, we renew our license every 5 years with 90 PGP points. We have the flexibility to obtain these points in professional development that fits our needs, the needs of our students, and is relevant to the content that we teach. This is appropriate, though I would like to point out that other licensed professionals, including nurses, are not required to do any professional development in order to renew their licenses. The new requirements will force everyone, including my husband who teaches PE, my friend who teaches 6th grade math, to spend 80 hours of their own time studying literacy and the science of reading. This knowledge will not be applicable to everyone is required of, and thus will be a waste of their time. If unable to renew their teaching license due to refusal to obtain the endorsement, these educators will leave the profession. We already have an abundance of vacancies we can't fill. Your new requirement will only add to this problem. Because the coursework is only free for a limited number of teachers, the rest of us will have no choice but to pay out of pocket. As many have said, if I'm required to pay for coursework, I will choose coursework which will allow me to take a position outside of education to earn a higher wage. This leaves me concerned for the educational future of not only my students, but my own 2 children. Will there be good teachers left to teach them when you force them all away? I encourage you to reconsider the specifics of this requirement. Teachers are passionate about learning, and I am certainly not speaking in opposition of professional development or adding endorsements to a license. This requirement was rushed and not well thought out, and it could easily be remedied by making it optional for those who already have a teaching license. Let those who desire to have a literacy endorsement pursue the opportunity, but don't force it on everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rebecca Bryant, Emily Hinojosa, Jessica Ketchum, Karen Gurnett, and then we're going to pause for a restroom break. So I think the board members, we don't want to miss any of the comments, and take a quick break and then come back. So yes.
Good morning. I'm glad I'm able to speak here with you today. I'm a 4th grade teacher at South Newton Elementary, and this is my 3rd year. I am a professional educator who has completed her bachelor's degree and then some. I have converted my probationary license to a 5-year license by completing 40 hours of professional development and then some. I have also honed my teaching skills and knowledge by giving my all to my students each and every day for 3 years and then some. I am the daughter of a steelworker and a stay-at-home mom who encouraged me to read far before I walked through the doors of my first day of school. Literacy starts before kindergarten, before 1st grade, before I get my students at 4th grade. In light of this literacy endorsement, it is evident that I am not considered a professional in the eyes of the people sitting before me. I am not considered a professional even though I have given my all, I have learned, I have gotten endorsements and certifications beyond what I'm required to do as a teacher right now. I look around and I listen to the veteran educators that spoke before me and the veteran educators I have talked to before coming to see you today, and I am angry for them. I'm angry that they have years and decades of data and reflection and that have helped them develop strategies and methods to teach children. And now you are telling them that literacy is a one-size-fits-all company. One company. A company whose pockets are being lined by this bill. However, I am not upset by professional development. I seek it out. In my first 2 years, I did not complete 40 hours. I completed 85 on my own choices. I was able to seek out what I thought was important to me, what I thought was valuable for my students. I looked at what my students needed. I talked to my administrators. I talked to the teachers I worked with. What did I need to learn? I'm not against this professional development, but what I am upset about is that I am pinching pennies as a 3rd-year educator, and you are dangling this $1,200 stipend in front of my face telling me it's worth it, we respect you, here's a little crumb. I don't want a crumb, I want respect. I want to be seen as a professional educator. I want my students to come into my room knowing how to read. That needs to happen before 4th grade, I agree with you. That needs to happen in preschool. That should be funded, it should be required. That needs to happen in kindergarten, that should be funded, that should be required. We need educators that are prepared, that feel respected, that are not spending their summers poring over more coursework that is going to burn them out and take away their ability to recoup and refresh for the upcoming school years. The last thing I need is that in this coursework, I hope that it gives us strategies and tools to reach our most difficult learners. Our learners that are flipping desks, our learners that are screaming in our faces, our learners that are making it difficult to do anything. Literacy is important, but your teachers' voices are more important. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Hinojosa, Jessica Ketchum, Karen Gurnert, Sharon, we'll pause with Karen Gurnert.
Good morning, members of the State Board. My name is Emily Hinojosa. I am a K-3 literacy coach at a public charter school in Indianapolis. This is my second year as a coach and my first year with the Indiana Literacy Cadre. I have 10 years of experience in the classroom, and I have a certificate in dyslexia from Indiana University. The dyslexia program at IU really reignited my passion for literacy, and it really opened my eyes into all of the things I did not know and understand about how children learn how to read. It solidified my belief that literacy is a civil right and that all children deserve to be skillful, competent readers. Through my work by analyzing reading research and learning about the origins of structured literacy, I developed the necessary tools and background knowledge to be an informed literacy coach. The training I have received through the Indiana Literacy Cadre has shown me how to actionize what I've learned about structured literacy and how to help teachers engage with best practices. And I'm here to speak a little bit more about how impactful the Literacy Cadre has been. As a team, the teachers I support and I are able to be really intentional, problem solve, and ensure that no child slips through the cracks. I am able to use student-centered coaching to help teachers focus on data and celebrate student growth. The teachers I support work tirelessly for their students. They work tirelessly for their students, and I am constantly inspired by them. I'm inspired by their flexibility, their innovation, their willingness to learn new things for the benefit of their students. As a primary team, we believe we have the responsibility to ensure that all children in all environments from all backgrounds have the necessary literacy skills they need to be successful. And as a coach, I feel that I have that added responsibility to make sure that I lift all teachers up whenever possible, especially when it comes to meeting statewide expectations. I feel that burden of responsibility, and I feel like my administration feels that burden of responsibility to make sure that we are helping teachers meet statewide expectations, and I hope that you all and all of my administrators, all the people above me feel that responsibility as well. With training and resources from the Literacy Cadre, I believe we are affecting positive change, and I really look forward to continuing this conversation with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Jessica Ketchum, Karen Gernert.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jessica Ketchum, and I'm a public school educator in Indiana. I have worked as an educator for the past 10 years. I have a bachelor's degree in early childhood education and a graduate degree in education with an emphasis on high ability. I have added a reading specialist license and a high ability license to my current teaching license. I love working with children and helping them reach their fullest potential. Today I want to speak about the literacy endorsement. I wholeheartedly agree with the science of reading research and evidence. I have been reading, studying, and educating myself more about the science of reading. I have heard and read countless stories about how students are struggling to read and how the education system has let them down. I agree with the state of Indiana for taking a hard stance on what reading material needs to be taught in school so all students can be literate. In order for someone to be vested into an area of learning, the individuals involved need to have buy-in. Unfortunately, the IDOE introduced the literacy endorsement in a way that made many Indiana educators feel threatened and become defensive. Teachers want to learn the information, but we also have lives with multiple jobs, our own families, and our own responsibilities outside of our teaching careers. Personally, I cannot sit on a Zoom call for 6 hours because my family needs me and I need to attend to them. I also find it very degrading that the IDOE thinks that I will easily give up 80 hours of my free time. I value my time. I feel that there is also a lack of transparency with the IDOE and Indiana educators. This causes educators to not trust the system and the powers that be. I propose the following: an asynchronous option. The state needs to offer an asynchronous option for obtaining the science of reading hours. Keys to Literacy offers an asynchronous option on their website. The state should be allowing that to be an option so teachers can work at their own pace on their own time. The state can adjust its contract with Keys to Literacy and create the asynchronous option. Secondly, the IDOE needs to put together a clearly typed out document stating which programs or professional development hours can count towards the 80 hours of science of reading. There is one posted, but each time I email the Literacy Center, I find other ways I could obtain the 80 hours of reading, and it's rather confusing and not transparent. Thirdly, the IDOE should remove the mandated praxis exam from the literacy endorsement for already licensed educators. Educators have taken multiple praxis exams over the course of their teaching career. Educators should not have to prove to the state that they have learned the science of reading material by taking a praxis test. Taking the Keys to Literacy courses or a different approved course should be enough evidence that educators have learned the science of reading material need to be successful to be reading teachers. The Keys to Literacy program has certifications that can serve as evidence that educators that have understood the material. Graded tests, quizzes, and coursework should be enough evidence that we have learned the information needed to teach children how to read. My hope is that the IDOE can partner with Indiana educators and come alongside us so we can collaborate and work together to help all students be proficient readers. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Karen Gurnett.
Good morning, and thank you, members of the board, for allowing me a few minutes to speak on the science of reading and the new state mandate. My name is Karen Gurnert, and I am the second grade high ability teacher at Sense Charter School. When I think about teaching my students to read, the first thing I know as a second grade teacher is that my time is short. The data shows the ability to read, as people have said, by third grade is critical not only to their success in school, but also throughout their adult lives and the careers that are available to them and their earning potential, and also in their ability to positively contribute to our society. And I truly believe that if you are a fluent and skilled reader, then the world opens up to you and our students can become anything that they want to be. The problem is that no matter what you want to be, reading is required to take in any given field's core knowledge. And if we are not giving our students the opportunity to become skilled readers and communicators, then we are not doing them any favors or setting them up for success in today's world. This past fall, I completed the Science of Reading modules through Marian University, and the information that I learned has already shown benefits in my classroom. Students don't automatically learn to read in the same way that they acquire oral language. Simply being in a print-rich environment doesn't help students internalize the reading skills that they need to be successful. Learning to read is a process that needs to be undertaken in an explicit, systematic, and deliberate manner. Where I think the science of reading is so beneficial is that it transforms learning from a focus on phonics to a more complete picture of what students need to become a skilled reader. The science of reading not only focuses on phonemic awareness and phonics, but brings the world into greater focus by building background knowledge, expanding vocabularies, and helping students manipulate our language so that they can understand it in its written form. We switched this year to a new curriculum that is more aligned with the science of reading, and our students are showing growth already in just this first year. By building their oral language skills and background knowledge in addition to phonics and phonemic awareness, my second graders have gained confidence to tackle more difficult passages, both when I am doing the reading for them and when they are doing the reading, because they're engaged in and internalizing what they're learning about the larger world. And their reading scores are rising because of it. In fact, when my second graders took the iRead 3 test this year, I thought I read the report wrong when I realized that all 11 of my second graders had passed the iRead 3. And as the science of reading aligned curriculum engages students, it builds their oral comprehension and it introduces higher text through read-alouds. Students are prepared to tackle reading more demanding texts on their own. As to the new science of reading mandate, these early results in my classroom give me hope that because I will have better tools to teach my students, they will become skilled readers and their futures will become wide open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it is 11:10. Let's take 15 minutes and come back at 11:25, and we'll start again. Thank you. We're going to get started in about 30 seconds. All right, y'all, we're rolling. Katie, grab your rolling. Scott. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started again. Dr. Ernest wanted me to share. He is actually working with teachers on the east side of Indianapolis in a pre-scheduled meeting, so he's going to be joining online now. But we'll go ahead and get started. Sharon Noble will be first, and then Catherine Zuka, Ruby Sopke, and Cindy Ward. Now I have about a bajillion cups.
Hello.
Good morning.
I would like to say what an honor it is for me to be here today, speaking on behalf of my colleagues and myself, and just how amazing it is to see all the educators here letting their voices be heard. It's truly inspiring. I'd like to discuss a little bit of how the early literacy requirements in the mandate have an impact on myself and my school corporation, and specifically the school that I teach in. I teach in a school, it's a junior senior high school. Yes, it is that small that we could have both our junior and senior high under one roof, and we are tiny. But in our school and our school corporation as a whole, we have some of the finest educators that you would find. People that are truly dedicated to their students, their craft, and want to do the best that they can to improve student learning outcomes. So much so that our elementary school has actually already started doing a lot of this science of reading stuff before it was a mandate. But I'd like to look at what that mandate does to those of us who teach at that junior and senior high level. I have several of my colleagues who are teachers in subjects such as science or math or social studies who started as an elementary teacher, and they have that license as a parent license, and they added endorsements to that license. They currently do not teach elementary education at all, but this mandate requires them to go back, as many others have said, and get 80 hours of professional development in a subject they don't teach that will not benefit their students. Learning early literacy is not going to help a person do better in math or teach better math. And so I feel like that's definitely something I implore you to take into consideration and ensure that these teachers are spending those hours that they need to get their professional development in subjects that's going to benefit themselves, benefit their students, because the more they know, the more they can teach their students and the better the outcomes will be. I'd also like to look at the impact that it has on the teacher shortage that we're having. It's no secret that we have fewer teachers than we need in the state of Indiana. Any current educator knows what that's like because we're constantly covering. I can't tell you how many times we have to lose a prep or anything else because we have to cover to fill in. And that once again takes time away from our time to prepare for the next day, which means that we end up having to do that at home, which takes away from time from our families. We also live in a state where we're bordered by several other states. My county specifically is really close to the state of Kentucky. Since this mandate has come out, the talk amongst my colleagues has been several things. One, I've heard them say, if I have to go through this and already give of my time, which I already give a lot of, I don't know that I'm going to renew my license. I'm either going to go to a profession that respects me more, that pays me more money, or is less stressful. Or I might go to a different state who is maybe a little kinder to their teachers in that state. So I'd like you to consider those things and how that this mandate is going to exacerbate the already difficult shortage. I'd like to talk about the praxis quickly and the unreasonable scheduling. I know that I myself also have another professional development already this summer that requires me to be there, obviously, and then it would conflict with some of the professional development that these literacy requirements. We need to have an completely asynchronous professional development. If we have to have that professional development, we need to be able to work it around teacher schedules so that they can have lives outside of work. And I will hurry. The praxis has a 43% pass rate, meaning that we are more likely to not pass it than we are to pass it the first time that we take it. I implore you to consider, there's a voucher where you can get that paid for the first time. It's $156 to take that test. There's no mention of additional vouchers if you failed it the first time. And once again, we're more likely to fail it than we are to pass it the first time. So please consider that. The last thing I would like to say is we've talked a lot today about literacy and the decline in literacy, and I believe that that is a difficult problem that we have to address as a state. And for our students. I would also like to see if there's any data that's out there that would show the correlation between the decline in literacy and the decline in the number of teachers that we have in our state. Because I fully believe that if we were to look at that, we would probably see that there is a negative correlation. And I would also like to say that I appreciate your time, and thank you very much for giving me a minute to speak.
Thank you. Catherine Zuka, Ruby Spokey, Cindy Ward, Aaron Warner.
Hi, good morning. I have been in education for 9 years with Fort Wayne Community Schools, and I'm actually currently enrolled in the Keys to Literacy spring cohort, so I wanted to kind of provide my firsthand account of what that experience has been like. First, I would like to say as a side note, I also completed the Science of Reading modules through Marian University and the Indiana Learning Lab, and that was phenomenal. One of my favorite things in the entire world is teaching kids how to read, and that is why I signed up for this Keys to Literacy class before it was made a law. And to me, that piece is very important because I really wanted to get this literacy endorsement to potentially be a literacy specialist or a reading interventionist moving forward, not to share the same endorsement with all of my colleagues. Okay, but on to Keys to Literacy. So I completed much of that 25-hour independent coursework in Part A before I was told that there was the modified option available for people who already completed the Science of Reading modules. On Saturday, April 27th, I logged onto Zoom for my first Keys to Literacy class. To my surprise, the instructor showed us videos and PowerPoint slides that were in the independent assignments. When myself and my cohort mates brought this to the Keys to Literacy instructor's attention, she stated that she had no idea what our independent assignments were. She said she did not have access to our independent assignments. Another individual from Keys to Literacy stated that those taking the 55-hour modified version of the course would not receive the information from the independent assignments, so that's why the information is a repeat. I think if the state is going to pay for a course for educators, I would certainly hope that each hour they pay is new and valuable information, and that is currently not the case with this course. We're sitting through class for it's really 8 hours total, 7 hours of repeat information. The independent coursework itself that was supposed to take only 25 hours for Part A actually took me 45 hours to complete. The other independent assignments, Part B, which is supposed to take 15 hours, did in fact take me about 15 hours to complete. So yes, I'm being paid for my time, but in reality, I'm being paid $8 an hour. $400 for the coursework, which took me 60 hours in total to complete, plus $400 for 40 hours of live online training will leave me at earning $8 an hour. I cannot think of a position in 2024 that pays this wage, let alone a professionally licensed educator. And then I also have the same concerns about the praxis with the 43% pass rate the first time, and I know that if I don't pass the first time, I'm not sure how I will come up with the $156 to continue taking this praxis over and over again until I pass. Finally, since I've been muddling through this here, I've had a lot of questions, and I have reached out to the DOE several times. I've emailed, I've called. No one seems to have answers to my questions, and they keep just kind of saying, we're just sort of going through it all too. But my thing here is, you You really should have this all hammered out before we start going through this, and our profession and our jobs are literally on the line. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Ruby Soapke, Cindy Ward, Aaron Warner, Piper Kraft.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruby Sapke, dedicated to teaching children who are blind and visually impaired within the mainstream educational settings. Over the years, I've been referred to by various titles: therapist, Braille teacher, assistant to the blind students, support staff, itinerant teacher, but my heart lies being a special education teacher for the blind and the visually impaired. Thank you. As a first-generation immigrant, I've navigated the licensing requirements and rigorous coursework aligned to our state standards to hone my skills. With over a decade of teaching experience in Indiana and experience teaching globally, and also taking doctorate degree through Indiana Wesleyan University, I bring a wealth of knowledge and passion to my role. In my hand, I have with me Braille paper and the abacus for the blind. These are some handy tools we teach our children to read and write, together with advanced assistive technologies like refreshable Braille display devices and more. I'm committed to teaching both the core curriculum and expanded core curriculum to my students. This highlighted the importance of aligning guidance with best practices and foster a deeper understanding of tools crucial to our students' success. I am now conscientious of the evolving licensing requirements and eager to enhance my expertise. While I value IDOE training, I believe specialized literacy endorsement programs tailored to our unique needs are essential. This specialist training requires significant time and dedication, but it is invaluable for supporting our students effectively. I would like to request a revision to the proposed endorsement to give specialized teachers like me opportunities to have professional development aligned with our duties and responsibilities. Through observations with experienced teachers, seminars, classes, and networking, I continually refine my skills and understanding to best serve our blind children. As our advocate for change for a specialized teacher, I urge consideration of the impact of legislation on our profession. While I support additional certification, I caution against burdensome requirements that deter passionate educators and may affect future educators and prevent others from wanting to become specialized teachers in the future. In conclusion, I seek clarification on specialized training opportunities for teachers like me. It's essential to ensure our educators are equipped with tools and knowledge needed to empower our students. Thank you for your attention in this matter.
Thank you. Cindy Ward, Aaron Warner, Piper Kraft. That person has already been Swantella Nelson on the literacy endorsement. Is Swantella still here? I think she already went, signed up. Amy Hang. Okay, yes.
I think I was next. My name is Sydney Ward. Like any good teacher, I came with a plan to talk to you about today, but because of some of the things that were said here today, we're going to change it up and differentiate just a little bit. Not only am I a teacher in Miami County, I'm here to represent McConaughey Education Association. I'm a mom, I'm a ministry leader, a community leader. The problem is not just in our education system. I've been involved in addiction ministries for years, and that was never my place, I didn't think. But to see the things that our kids are going through and that their families are going through, and then we want to blame the education of them instead of the things that are happening in their lives, of why they're not being worked with at home, why their aunties and their grandmothers are raising them and not getting the support that they need there. And we wonder why our kids don't have a passion for education, that they don't know how to read, that they don't know their math facts. It doesn't come down to me not doing my job and me not having these tools. I've been in education long enough to see the pendulum swing back and forth. I've been doing these things already for years. And the teachers that trained me were doing these things for years. It's not coming down to what we're not doing and what we're not equipped with. We're already doing those things. It's support when they are 5 years old and put in the foster care system because mom is in jail and they have nowhere else to go. Our efforts and our resources have to be put towards that trauma and that preschool age that everyone keeps talking about. I can't say anything as an educator that they have not already said. But as a community leader, that's where our efforts need to be. We have to address things at the base, at the root, right? We talk about Bloom and Maslow. We have to balance that in the right way. We can't do one before the other. We have to do what is developmentally appropriate for our kids, and that means raising them up where they're falling. And unfortunately, that's not just in the schools, that's at home too, and we can't control that. That's where our resources and our efforts need to go.
Thank you. Aaron Warner, Piper Kraft, Amy Hang, and Jennifer Smith Marcraft.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Warner. I'm from Terre Haute, Indiana. I've taught for 30 years. I'm a rookie union president. Mark Twain popularized, he didn't say it, but he popularized a quote. There are lies, damn lies, and statistics. I've heard the statistic many times about how literacy rates have decreased over 10 years. And math teachers, pardon me, I know, what is it? Correlation and causation, there's some quote like there, something about that. Something happened 14 years ago, and that was a super majority in the state Senate. And then 12 years ago, there was a super majority in the House. And shortly thereafter, literacy rates started falling. And that was... And this was after the state was told we're going to start giving vouchers for low-income families to help kids go to better schools, and now we've raised that low income to $154,000 for a family of 4. So public education is being dismantled to some extent, and we're still fighting the fight. I didn't expect to say that today, but anyway, I had to address that. I think there's some correlation there. I'm here to speak about the GPS and GPS diplomas. I'm a science teacher. I really try to push science to my kids that you have to test, you have to hypothesize, you have to collect data. We have the current system of diploma types has been in existence for 1 graduating class. In 2 weeks, that will be the 2nd graduating class, and yet we have new diploma types on the books already without collecting hardly any data. We have got to do that before we start making drastic changes, and the changes that we're proposing are drastic. The GPS diploma, I can only describe it as our current academic honors on Russian steroids. That's it. And the bottom is the bottom of the bottom. And what we are missing, in my opinion, is a huge middle. It is a huge middle. To get that bottom diploma, your maximum math class is Algebra 1. No world history required. That is not the direction we need to be going. This is not going to make Indiana a trailblazing state. It's going to be a laughing stock. When our own state institutions will not take our own kids, we've got to pay attention to what they choose. We need to get the best for our kids. We need at least to collect some data on the tremendous amount of money we invested in the CT education program, the pathways that we have. Let's see how those are doing first before we start switching to something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Piper Kraft, Amy Hang, Jennifer Smith-Margraf, and Calissa Baker.
All right, good morning. I think we're closer to afternoon now, but good morning. My name is Piper Kraft, and I'm currently a junior at Boren Junior Senior High School. Being as I graduate next year, the proposed changes to Indiana high school diplomas will not affect my graduation, but I truly pity the future students who will be affected by these changes if they come to fruition. They promise a world of flexibility and opportunity for students, but all I can see coming out of this proposal is further restriction. The current system in place gives students many options to graduate with skills that work for them. I am currently on track for a Core 40 with academic honors, one that I think serves my needs perfectly. There's also a Core 40 with technical honors that helps my peers who pursue work programs such as Prosser, and the Core 40 diploma is available for my peers who do not require secondary education for their career goals. Myself and all my peers have always worked with our school counselor to find out which of these graduation paths suits us best, and they do work for us. However, these changes would restrict every Indiana student's choices down to two polar opposite ends of the academic spectrum. You are essentially asking a freshman student, a student who is barely 15 years old, to decide the trajectory of their high school careers by having them choose between what is arguably lesser than the equivalent of a Core 40 was the equivalent of a handful of academic honors diplomas stacked on top of each other. While reviewing these requirements, I can't help but imagine how I would feel as a freshman student forced to choose between these two paths. My personal case, the GPS Diploma Plus would likely be what my counselors and teachers suggest to me. But I know for a fact between those two options, I would feel far too intimidated by the strenuous workload of the higher level courses and would end up restricting myself to the GPS Diploma, which would in turn inhibit my chances of ever changing my mind once I get into my later years of high school. Going into high school is hard enough, and forcing a student to make such a heavy change so early into their academic careers does not seem fair to them whatsoever. There are countless technical errors to be seen with this proposal as well. The changes as a whole are very vague at best and are downright confusing at worst. The entirety of the competencies concept is very unclear and does not seem viable in practice. Some of the competencies that are provided, such as work studies and job shadowing, will not be doable in most communities, especially in schools in rural areas such as mine. Transportation for underclassmen who cannot drive, and students who otherwise cannot transport themselves have not been taken into account either, and neither has if colleges, how or if they will even accept these diplomas. To give credit where it's due, I do agree that we should begin focusing on work competencies and getting Indiana students better suited towards the workforce, but this is not the way to do it. You are only restricting Indiana students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Hang, Jennifer Smith-Margraf, Calissa Baker, and Ju Cross.
Good morning. My name is Amy Huang, and I am a 13-year teacher in the Brownsburg Community School Corporation. I currently teach middle school special education. The two primary issues the State Board of Education has spoken on recently, the literacy endorsement and diploma changes, directly affect the work I do each day. First, I'd like to speak on the professional development required for the literacy endorsement. I currently hold certifications beyond the standard Indiana teaching license, including special education endorsement. I'm constantly working to refine my practice and make it responsive to student needs. I actively participate in staff meetings in my district, go through trainings to implement new curriculum, and attend a weekly professional learning community meeting. I utilize professional growth points to renew my license. I hone in on finding specifically designed instructional strategies that will be most effective in helping my special education students reach their goals. Yet the state is telling me it's not enough. I believe the state needs to give a more thorough array of options to use towards the hours required for this endorsement. Additionally, after all my time in the classroom, I know there is no accurate test that can measure whether I am ready to teach. Teaching is so much more than this. In an environment where we are short qualified teachers, I do not understand the praxis test requirement. Furthermore, studying for this test will likely take over energy that many pour into their students, and for a time this requirement could potentially lessen the quality of instruction rather than strengthen it. Next, I would like to speak on the diploma changes proposed. As a middle school teacher, I have worked with many 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. The timeline of these diploma changes is my first concern. Imagining something so drastic for the class of 2029 that gives no time for the state to thoroughly think about and pilot the program before making it fully required. Additionally, I have some concerns regarding the competencies of the work ethic domain. Many of these could easily burden families, such as attendance, a 3.0 GPA, and an external paid job. While many of these competencies can indicate whether a student is job ready, I have great concern for the students that are helping their families take care of younger siblings, or families with limited transportation options. Additionally, as a special education teacher, I know a 3.0 GPA can be a difficult achievement. If rolled out at the current speed, the DOE is recommending that there will be yet another issue to reform at the DOE. More teachers leaving the profession, and students who, instead of being ready to be employed, are overwhelmed because of navigating their diploma with a great hardship. I urge you on both these issues to reconsider and reform them as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Smith-Margrath, Talissa Baker, Ju Cross, and Marisol Martinez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jennifer Smith-Margrath. I'm a Spanish teacher for the Lafayette School Corporation, and I serve as the Vice President of the Indiana State Teachers Association. I'm here this morning to share concerns about the proposed changes to the high school diploma that educators across the state have raised. Well, we appreciate that the State Board of Education has heard educators' concerns in the past about the number of diplomas offered and the barrier that having to pass Algebra 2 in order to graduate created for a significant number of students. We have heard from many who say that the proposed Flex 40 diploma goes too far in the other direction by drastically reducing the amount of required coursework and undercutting the statewide rigor provided by the Core 40 diploma. The State Board has spent much time focused on ensuring that state-awarded diplomas and credentials are rigorous and have value. In a system where half of the diploma requirements are left unspecified, how do we ensure that all students statewide are receiving a rigorous education that cultivates critical thinking skills and the ability to adapt to new jobs in our ever-changing workplaces? The State Board has also spent much time focused on student success after graduation. We have been repeatedly asked how we as a state will ensure that students have the coursework necessary to enroll in colleges and universities to pursue a post-secondary education. Many of our students and families already face enormous challenges with the current steps required to enroll in college. How will they keep track of what coursework is required by the various universities to be able to enroll in the programs they wish to pursue? Our fear is that the answer to this question is to put another burden on our already overburdened and burnt out school counselors. Over the last year, some of the most heart-wrenching conversations I have had have been with school counselors I know personally who have looked me in the eyes and told me they are leaving the profession because they are done with the continued unrealistic asks of them by the state in terms of tracking graduation requirements. In terms of the Flex 40 Plus diploma, folks have again expressed to us their concerns about ensuring rigor across the proposed experiences outside of the classroom and the difficulty that students, families, and counselors will face in tackling the long list of requirements. They have also expressed to us that given issues with access to opportunities, transportation, and students' desire to have a full high school experience in which they participate in a wide range of extracurricular activities, that this diploma seems out of reach for many. We would like to continue this discussion at a stakeholder meeting where we have longer than 3 minutes to share concerns and discuss solutions. Thank you.
Talissa Baker, Ju Cross, Marisol Martinez, Kevin Cogdell.
Hello, I am Talissa Baker, a concerned Hoosier, parent, 4-H club leader,
and for the past 7 years, I've been a high school social studies teacher at an alternative high school in Lafayette. I would like to address concerns with the new diploma requirements. As an alternative school educator, it is possible to create a flexible and equitable curriculum that allows more students access without losing rigor. I find the proposed diploma to be lacking in rigor and does not ensure with fidelity that students master any of the competencies. For example, you list working at the polls on election day as a way to master your civic literacy. I worked the election polls twice when my late grandfather ran for office. I can't say I learned anything of value by handing out campaign literature to strangers. My knowledge of how to be an active citizen was due to my grandpa's involvement in politics. My learning spanned years of interactions and listening to conversations. To diminish being competent in civics to handing out flyers is insulting. As a parent and teacher, I take time to explain to my kids why it's important to voice your concerns and participate when you feel something is wrong. You also list an aptitude test as a competency for work ethic. My aptitude test said I should be an accountant, and frankly, numbers make me cry. So the correlation between taking an aptitude test and my work ethic is lost on me. Work ethic is taught through discipline and structure, something students can further develop in the classroom. If I listened to the aptitude test, or my middle school self who wanted to be a music video director, I wouldn't be the educator advocating for my students today. Did any of you sitting here today plan to be here when you were in middle school? Why would you expect today's middle schoolers to make those decisions now? I also find it strange that my social studies courses do not fit under the academic mastery requirements. Last I checked, the core areas were English, math, science, and social studies. I think it's fair to require a 9th or 10th grader, in addition to taking 1 year of U.S. history, complete a minimum of 1 point of social studies. These can be in world history, psychology, or any elective social studies course. They need a course that helps them understand different perspectives and create a broader view of society or humanity. English is in 2 different categories, so why not social studies? In 12th grade, students can continue to take government. That's 1 of their 20 points at the upper high school level. The course requirements fall short of meeting many universities' transcripts requirements, and you put students who want to go to college at a disadvantage. Students would have to attend class at Ivy Tech just to get the minimum requirements to apply to college. Never mind a student who goes out of state for either high school or college, and how far behind we have left them compared to the other 49 states. If we are number 1 for high schoolers earning college credit, shouldn't we strive for rigorous curriculum that keeps us academically ahead? When moving forward, I hope you include university leaders in your conversations. Making things easier does not solve problems. It only creates more and lets unqualified people gain access to fields and places they have no right being in. I urge you to hold off on putting this in place and form a committee composed of different stakeholders from all backgrounds to help you make appropriate improvements. As an alternative school educator, parent, and volunteer, I have many hats as a stakeholder, and I would be willing to help you problem solve these issues. Thank you for your time.
Jude Cross, Marisol Martinez, Kevin Codgel, Kelly Brown.
Hi, before I begin, I'd like to ask everyone at a table if you could please flip your phones over and close your computer, because I got up early. And thank you, Dr. Jenner and the school board, for having me today. And Tim, thanks for pointing out, I missed that lifetime license by 1 year, so I'm glad I don't expire in 2038. So, buenos dias, good morning, guten morgen, bonjour. I have a question for all of you. What do you call a graduate of the class of 2029 who only knows 1 language? A Hoosier. I am Jill Cross, and this is my 30th year of teaching Spanish at Northrop High School in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yes, I've earned my gray hairs. I currently teach Spanish 3 and dual credit Spanish 4 and 5. Northrop High School currently offers German, French, and Spanish. We have also offered Latin and Mandarin in the past. I am proud to say that I have learned to love the Spanish language, its culture, its art, music, different countries and dialects as an Indiana high school freshman, I won't mention what year, in Fort Wayne Community Schools. It is from there I established the building blocks and the main foundation of my current ability to speak Spanish fluently. I am here with my former student, who is now my colleague, Stephanie Knurk. She also is fluent in Spanish thanks to her education in Fort Wayne Community Schools. While I may be inching closer to retirement, that does not mean I'm going to sit by quietly as I watch my fellow world language teachers bid adieu, that's say goodbye. One by one, if the Indiana State School Board passes the proposed basic GPS diploma requirements, whereby replacing foreign languages with personal finance and computer science classes. I will very loudly make the case for all Hoosiers to hear and know that when the Indiana State School Board is proposing, what you are proposing is the beginning of the end of the Indiana high school education system as we know it, the lowering of the bar. I equate the proposed GPS basic diploma to the handing out of participation ribbons in Little League Baseball. I will not sit by quietly when I have to tell my sweet niece Ashley, a current 7th grader at Fishers Middle School and future graduate of the class of 2029, that she will no longer have the opportunity to take Spanish at Fishers High School like her older sister did because the state of Indiana School Board has determined that learning another language is no longer necessary. Ashley let me know last night that she was looking forward to learning Spanish so when she travels the world she will be able to speak with the people and locals that she meets. She was looking forward to be able to speak with her dad, my brother, and her older sister in Spanish and be able to learn from other countries. I've shared with my current students and parents the proposed new GPS basic requirements, and this is what one parent says. He is the Vice President of Finance for Lincoln Financial, where many of our 403Bs sit. In an increasingly interconnected world, international business impacts all levels of the U.S. economy. It is absolutely critical that our children learn how to speak foreign languages so that some become fluent and capable of conducting international business, foreign policy, and national defense. Our global competitors like China teach their children multiple languages to ensure they remain globally competitive. Languages should be learned at the youngest age possible, and we should be thinking about adding them to the elementary education rather than removing them from high school curriculum. While this parent agrees that computer science and personal finance is important, should not come at the expense of foreign language. I would like to relap back to my niece Ashley, the current 7th grader. She says that she would like to make sure that we continue to open the world for all Hoosier students. Please do not take away foreign languages.
Thank you. Marisol Martinez, Kevin Codgdell, Kelly Brown, Matthew Meets.
Hello. I'm Marisol Martinez, and I'm a product of FWCS, where Jill teaches. I'm a first-generation college graduate. I went to IU. I went there because I wanted to teach foreign language. I wanted to teach the language I spoke first. English is my second language. I have worked with many people from many backgrounds before I started teaching. I've taught children who went on to pharmacy school, who became doctors, who are now doctors. I've taught factory workers, and I've talked to many of them again, and they're thankful for what I taught them. I prepared them for university, for life, and taking away foreign language, world history, which are my endorsements, so I'm without a job if this goes through. I still want to teach. Yeah, I'm old, but I still want to be there. And I don't want that taken away from the new people, like Stephanie. She's just in her early years of teaching foreign language. And if we do this, we're starting to basically degrade our educational system here in Indiana. We are no longer with, I'd say, Illinois, Ohio, and we used to be above Ohio, for God's sakes. And now, if we pull this diploma through, we are not competitive. My daughters, twin daughters, which I had very old, are now going to start high school. They're excited to start foreign language. They're excited to do the arts, which are also on the chopping block. They did not have this in middle school, and they went to Catholic school. So I am a proponent of all schools. And if we take away this, we're taking more than just that bit of that diploma. We're taking away culture and also the knowledge of history, because we're seeing a lot of that history that was taught or not taught being repeated on the national level. But so I would like to reiterate, please keep the things that you're trying to reduce from this diploma in. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Codgdell, Kelly Brown, Matthew Meets, Megan Worcester.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Cogdell. I'm a dual credit government teacher at Homestead High School in Southwest Allen County Schools. My wife is a third grade elementary teacher at Lafayette Meadows in Sacs, and my sons are in 7th and 5th grade in Sacs. So needless to say, the decisions that have come from the educational leadership in this state have been very impactful for my family. And I would caution you, I know there's going to be a temptation for a lot of you to say this is just a bunch of angry union members. I can assure you that that is not the case. Teachers in our buildings are frustrating, and it feels like we're not being heard. Like many, I've taken a personal day to be here to share my concerns about the proposed changes in graduation requirements. It's my understanding that world history and economics will no longer be required classes for high school graduates. I cannot believe in 2024 America, with all that's going on in the world, we're discussing ending world history as a graduation requirement. It's mind-boggling. As we hear about the conflict in Israel and Gaza, wouldn't it be beneficial for high school graduates to have some knowledge about the history of conflict in the Middle East? As we hear about the war in Ukraine, wouldn't it be good to have some background knowledge about the world wars, not just from the U.S. perspective, but also authoritarian regimes? We're eliminating that as a high school graduate requirement. It's mind-blowing to me. I acknowledge that one of the goals of our educational system should be to prepare our students for the workforce. However, I think our educational system also needs to prepare our students to be well-rounded citizens, not just the workforce. More and more Americans are turning to social media for their information. I saw Pew Research, Pew, great pollster, of those 18 to 34, 47% are using social media as their major source of information. It's only 20% for those 65 plus. So the trend is increasingly we're turning to social media and digital for our information sources. Newspapers are dying off. Traditional journalism is going to be a thing of the past. My concern is our kids need to learn critical thinking skills. They need the ability to analyze sources, right? To see point of view, to see bias, and to be able to analyze. So when I'm getting something on Facebook or Twitter or TikTok, which so many kids are getting 30-second and 1-minute reels on, they need to be able to identify where this person's coming from, what the biases are. And at Homestead, our world history teachers do a great job of dealing with primary sources and analyzing those sources. If we eliminate world history as a source, our students are going to miss that opportunity. So the reality is, I think that these are important classes. Economics is important. During COVID, we learned about unemployment in those first days when we were in lockdown. Then we dealt with inflation, rising prices. Now as kids are entering the professional workforce, they're dealing with high interest rates and whether or not they can afford homes. We're going to eliminate economics as a graduation requirement. Where are they going to learn the background and what causes that? Supply and demand, capitalism, market economy. I ask that we take some time to reconsider some of these decisions that it looks like we're headed toward making. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kelly Brown, Matthew Meeks, Megan Worcester, Stephanie Kennerk.
Thank you for considering educator perspectives today. I appreciate so much the passion of the teachers of the littles and the teachers of the middles that we heard about. But I bring my passion today for big kids in order to address the diploma. I'm Kelly Brown, school counselor at West Noble High School, a rural school with a large population of English language learners. We truly support career and technical education. We have 10 pathways within our own school, a thriving work-based learning program, and a vocational partnership with the Impact Institute in Kendallville. The GWC and the CAG have done a fabulous job over the past decade of shifting us toward workplace skill building and the acquisition of credentials of value. Sadly, the GPS diploma proposals that we have right now are complicated and confusing. The GPS's unusual blending of credits for foundational skills and points for career-directed content will be a barrier for our students and families, the very people we must serve. I implore you to instead build course titles and descriptions that correlate with the flexible career-directed experiences you desire. The CTE course titles are working, and they have shifted us in the right direction with a great deal of built-in flexibility. Through them, we efficiently award our large load of transfer students the credits they deserve from previous coursework and experiences, and we create accurate and easy-to-understand transcripts to share with other schools, employers, and post-secondary institutions. The current proposal creates significant hurdles to those processes. Further, I beseech you to develop a GPS diploma option that highlights college readiness for any student who desires it, not because everyone needs to go to college, but because some do. We need both highly educated professionals and highly skilled professionals in Indiana. Students following an academic path deserve their own recognition and simply cannot find workplace-bound experiences of value in every community. The focus of the current GPS Plus is skewed toward pulling students out of courses and into the world of work by their junior year. This is not practical or helpful for someone who should be preparing for 4, 6, or 8 years of college-level work. While the proposed 20 upper-level points could include the hardest of college-bound coursework, work-based learning is purposefully highlighted in the current plan. Our brightest students always want the plus, and in their haste to work toward it efficiently, some will neglect upper-level courses that they will need and that universities will expect to see on their transcripts. And 15 and 16-year-olds struggle to see that far into the future. Please take care with this sharp turn. We cannot afford to confuse our skilled workplace bound or misguide our college bound, because they matter to us all. A commitment to retain credits as a clear measurement tool, in addition to a recommitment to an attainable, academic-focused honor, could begin to allow the GPS to try to move us forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Matthew Neitz, Megan Worcester, Stephanie Kennerk, Israel Herrera.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity. My name is Matt Murtis. I apologize for my penmanship as well, apparently. I've come to talk about the proposed new diploma and some real concerns that I have about it. That it seems to replace academic rigor with expressions like creating an education to workforce continuum. It also expects students to complete their graduation plans when they're in middle school. And a 13-year-old, just based on personal experience as well as a couple that came through my house, is not prepared to decide what their educational path will be and ultimately what their career path will be, because if they choose the wrong diploma from these options, it precludes them from pursuing a college education. In addition, this is the same state that a few years ago announced that every high school student would have to take the SAT. The SAT is by the College Board's own literature, a test of college preparedness. And so I don't understand why we would require all of our students to take this test when we're creating diplomas that will exclude them from the opportunity to attend college. By eliminating foreign language, world history, economics, and upper level math courses as requirements, the proposed standard creates high school graduates, who would be ineligible to attend our state's public universities. And I'm just not sure that we've thought this through all the way. In the literature that you've provided, you state that 99% of the jobs created since the Great Recession go to Americans with some education beyond high school. Creating a standard pathway for students that precludes them from pursuing most of those jobs is just not the pathway that it seems like we should be suggesting our kids follow. Completing economics and upper level math courses requires kids to think critically and to analyze things in a way that is different than what they would experience in a typical classroom. Pursuing world history and foreign language credits is not just about content knowledge, it's about understanding the cultures of other parts of the world. And these courses, in all cases, are things that I would suggest our friends from the business community would want to see our kids develop skills in, because that's what's going to allow those businesses to be successful as well, as having a skilled workforce. I noticed in the literature that you provided, you stated that Indiana is the first state in the United States to significantly redesign the diploma. And I would just suggest that this topic is far too important for us to be worrying about being first. That I feel like we should worry about being the best. And sincerely, I think we all agree that that's what our kids deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Megan Worcester, Stephanie Kenner, Israel Herrera, John Hurley.
So, hello. My name is Megan Worcester, and I'm a Spanish teacher at Union County High School. I'm also here as the advocacy chair for the Indiana Foreign Language Teachers Association. As Indiana tries to focus high school on the post-secondary aspirations of its students, I implore you to listen to the markets. As you can read in the documents I'm going to leave for you, the enrollment for those enrolling in higher education, institutions require that they attend 2 years or more of world language education. For active duty military, members can earn $100 to $1,000 more per month if they speak 2 or more languages. And how many of us would not want an extra $1,000 a month? The Department of Defense pays $15 million in federal grants annually to implement or improve language programs through the WILARA Act. In national and statewide studies, research has found that 9 out of 10 American companies rely on US-based employees with multilanguage skills. For these reasons and more, the Foreign Language Teachers Association implores you to add language classes to the communications competencies of the fundamental courses, add a global engagement and competencies capstone to component 2 alongside the work-based learning, and add the Certificate of Multilingual Proficiency to the list of credentials of value. The Indiana Foreign Language Teachers Association has worked closely with the IDOE in the past on dual language immersion schools, the Certificate of Multilingual Proficiency, and the latest proficiency standards, and are ready to assist again in the implementations of these courseworks. I thank you for your time, and I hope that you will read through the literature I will leave behind.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Kenner, Israel Herrera, John Hurley, Barbara Vance.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephanie Kenner, and I was not ready for the height requirement about this microphone, so let me fix it. Okay. I hope that you are able to read my shirt, and if you can, I hope that you would be able to thank your world language teacher for that. Apparently, we seem to think that future students don't need to have that same opportunity to do so. I'm currently completing my 12th year of teaching in a Fort Wayne area public school as a Spanish teacher. I come to you as a previous student of FWCS, now turned teacher. I have come to share a parent and a student testimonial of why foreign languages should remain on the list of required courses for a high school diploma. Here is the parent statement. Thank you for offering our family the opportunity to speak about the importance of including world language studies in school curriculum. It is through the study of foreign languages and foreign cultures that we become more responsible global citizens. We are citizens of the world, not just a nation. The study of a foreign language fosters respect and understanding of other cultures and reduces barriers for travel, which promotes further interaction, study, and exposure to other cultures. The study of other languages and cultures helps us to become more open-minded and accepting while helping us more closely examine our own culture and language. Studies have illustrated the value of learning another language and the cognitive benefits gained from learning a foreign language. These studies have shown bilingual citizens have better memory recall, are more creative, and are better problem solvers. I believe these are all qualities that are valued in today's innovative workforce. These studies further show that learning another language and becoming bilingual develop parts of the brain which allow for increased multitasking, which is another valuable skill that is expected on resumes. To date, foreign language is still required for most college degrees. By eliminating foreign language study in high school, you would greatly limit students' ability to meet college requirements and would cause remedial instruction in college. I hope that you will hear these teachers' voices and their students. We want foreign language study to remain part of the school curriculum. Again, that was from a parent. And next I will read one from a student, from the student directly. Taking Spanish for the last 3 years has changed the way I interact with my friends in the sense that we all lapse into Spanish during conversations. It is really neat to be able to communicate in a whole different language and still understand each other. Plus, it has also helped with the development of our conversation skills. It's not even like a code or language or anything, it's just a nice bonding moment where we can all still understand each other despite the language. I've also loved the times where I've heard someone speaking Spanish out in public, and I have the realization that I can understand them. I hear people speaking it so fluently, and I think that is going to be me someday. World language classes give students the opportunity to communicate with people of all sorts of backgrounds and form close relationships through shared languages. Additionally, learning a new language allows students to have more refined understanding of language concepts, sentence structure, grammar rules, word classifications, and we also do better in English classes and literature classes as a result. I hope that you hear these students and parents and are concerned and understand that they are concerned about this diploma changes just as much as teachers are. I am a parent of a daughter who will be in kindergarten this next fall. As a teacher, I am concerned about my job security. As a parent of a Hoosier student, I am concerned that she will not get the worldview, well-rounded education as her kindergarten counterparts from other states. As a teacher, I am not happy that my own daughter will not have the best education possible available to her. How, as a parent, do I tell her future self in 13 years that students of other states are better educated, and that this is why she didn't get her college of choice, but they did? This is angering as a parent, concerning as a teacher, and really, it's honestly just embarrassing as a Hoosier. Please do better.
Thank you. Israel Herrera, John Hurley, Barbara Vance, Shelby Phelps.
Buenas tardes. Hola. My name is Israel Fernando Herrera. I am a teaching professor at Indiana University, Bloomington. I am here on behalf of the IU Department of Spanish and Portuguese, the IU World Languages and Cultures Teaching Committee, and also I am a board member of the Indiana Language Roadmap. So I thank you for the opportunity to be able to share my thoughts about the new the proposals and potential changes for the diplomas. I am here to support, as previous colleagues, world languages in our schools and our new diplomas. I would like to make the friendly change, the proposal for the Indiana School Board of Education and the Indiana Department of Education, that world language could be part of the one of the diplomas. Many world language teachers could see that one of the proposals is to offer a world language as an option instead of retaining or maintaining this as a requirement, as it is now in one of the diplomas. Indiana is recognized nationally for being one of the states that support world language learning. We have that reputation at a national and regional level for the teaching of world language in K-12 and college education. I believe that we should keep being recognized by that. We have this reputation, and a change like that of just making world language as an option would be, as some colleagues have mentioned, would be diminishing the world language education. I can also, or I would like to remind everyone in the board, and most of us could remember that in 2016, the Indiana General Assembly unanimously passed different bills related to world languages. One of those bills authorized the grants for dual language immersion programs, developing in different places in our state, in our schools. The programs are going on in this moment, and many children are learning a second and a third language. Along with the approval of the certificate for multilingual proficiency that recognize those high school students with proficiency and skills in English, in Spanish, in French, in German, Chinese, Arabic, you name the language. The no inclusion of world languages education as a requirement, at least in one of the diplomas, would be not a step forward, would be a step backward, based on what we have done for many years with many superintendents and legislators. It would be just going back to where we started many years ago. Also, based on the success, based on the world language learning in our schools, we have had the support from different entities, national, federal entities like the Department for Education and the Department of State, that have approved funding in order to continue with the advancement and the development of world language programs and projects in our state. The Indiana Language Roadmap was created for this reason in 2017. And the Indiana Language Roadmap worked with different legislators in order to connect and fulfill the success of world languages, being a bridge to connect languages with many other fields where bilingual and multilingual professionals are needed in our state. In fields like social services, health organizations, security, international trade, as a colleague mentioned before, just to name some of the fields. We should be part of the changes. We should be part of what we have done, and not just destroy or stop all the effort that we have built for many years. The world language is part of our DNA here in the state. We shouldn't be just one state where our children and students speak just one language. We should encourage the teaching of world languages in any way, because we need to educate global citizens with success and influence in our state and also in our nation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. John Hurley, Barbara Vance, Shelby Phelps, Stacy Kurtelak.
I'm John Hurley, and I'm a career and technical educator at South Spencer High School. My teaching career began in 2010, and I've taught agriculture and technology education courses at both the middle and high school levels, while maintaining certifications in agriculture, technology education, government political science, social studies, and middle school math. My current courses fall into the industrial automation and the ag mechanical and engineering pathways. I've come to voice my concerns regarding the latest proposed diploma requirements. The biggest concern is the constant upheaval that these requirements have for both students and educators. If there is any broad advice, it is please slow down. There has been near constant change in education over the past 20 years. The issues incurred by these changes will not be corrected quickly, and attempting to do this at this expedited rate will only worsen the situation. While portions of the new diplomas are labeled flex, smaller schools will likely not be able to offer all options, and therefore students will become further stuck in only one track for graduation. Schools need to be supplied with adequate resources. The IDOE needs to honor the established pathway waiver systems, and schools need to be allowed time to gather meaningful data on existing methods. The South Spencer school system borders Kentucky and receives a number of students from that state regularly. We also have a good number of students who will attend college outside of Indiana. How will these requirements translate to students who arrive from out of state? Will these requirements be adequate for out-of-state colleges? With roughly 1/3 of Indiana's school systems located within a border county, these issues should be of consideration. What is marked improved attendance, and how is 94% attendance actually measured in those metrics mentioned by the requirements? Accomplishing competencies outside of the school is an issue dependent upon the student and family. How will outside hours be tracked? Will it be the student themselves, the family, or on the counselor? Will schools be required to purchase software to help with tracking? I've already been solicited by a software vendor out of Texas regarding this requirement. I currently supervise the Summer SAE, the Supervised Agriculture Experience Program at South Spencer. Will the work these students complete through this program in the summer count towards either of their diplomas? South Spencer currently prides itself on offering students a well-rounded education. Without requiring directed electives, students will no longer have to be exposed to significant experiences. These electives provide opportunities for students to begin a vocation, enjoy a hobby, or become confident consumers. Schools much larger than South Spencer, schools with graduating classes of 700 plus, are already stating they may struggle to meet some of these new requirements. How can a school with a total of 350 students, freshman through senior, be expected to even come close to regular meeting the requirements? The answer is certainly not forced consolidation of these districts that will result in hours plus bus rides and increased class sizes. And increased class sizes for these rural students. I ask the board please provide guidance regarding these and the other issues presented today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Barbara Vance, Shelby Phelps, Stacy Kurtelak, Gabriella Schwartz Raposa.
My name is Barbara Vance. I'm a faculty member in the Department of French and Italian and also in the Department of Linguistics at Indiana University Bloomington. I'm also the Director of Undergraduate Studies in French. I'm here with several colleagues who are also world language educators at IU. I'm here to express a concern about the proposed new high school diploma design, which makes a significant change in the current system by neither requiring nor recommending the study of world languages for any diploma type. If this omission is not accidental, I wonder if it's partly driven by the false perception that the availability of translation software such as Google Translate makes it unnecessary for Americans to learn world languages. Nothing could be further from the truth. What is true is that these translation programs have become more accurate in recent years, but they can never do the work of humans who are proficient in more than one language. There are three main reasons for this. First, only a person who's highly proficient in both the languages at issue can detect errors in the output of translation programs, and there are many errors. It would be a huge security issue for the US if our own citizens were not able to acquire this level of proficiency by starting a foreign language in middle school, high school, or even earlier. Imagine a diplomacy situation where only our foreign adversary has well enough trained interpreters to know if what's being transmitted is accurate, or when a bad actor hacks the translation system and no one notices. The second reason is that translation programs ignore subtleties that are crucial for cross-cultural communication. To become truly proficient in a language, students need to study the language in its cultural context with trained language education professionals and through immersion programs abroad. Finally, any AI system is vulnerable to technical glitches or power outages that can prevent them from functioning for hours or days or longer. Humans have to know how to operate without them when necessary. Translation programs may be fine for tourists or for rudimentary communication where you just have to get the essentials across. They are far from sufficient for communicating culturally sensitive nuances, whether the context is diplomacy, medical interpretation, complicated instructions of any kind, or simply conversing effectively in real time. It is important for our schools to have policies that strongly encourage students through requirements and recommendations, depending on the diploma, to explore foreign languages as early as possible, so that those who discover a passion and a talent in this area and will become our future experts have the time needed to develop these skills in college and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby Phelps, Stacy Kurtula, Gabriela Schwartz-Raposa, Zhang Cao.
I'm actually going to start my testimony today with the way I start class because I think we need a refresh. So let me know you're with me. School Board of Education, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's try that one more time. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. That's what's up. All right. My name is Shelby Phelps, and I'm a high school English teacher at Central High School in Evansville, Indiana. I serve as the second vice president of Evansville Teachers Association and a senior policy fellow for Teach Plus Indiana. While I applaud the efforts of this board to reconstruct the Indiana high school diploma requirements, there will be unintended consequences that will negatively impact this generation's skills as local, national, and global citizens and the needs of the future economy. I'm a proud public school teacher. I teach English 11, AP Language and Composition, and genres of literature. These courses are designed for juniors and seniors, and nearly all of my students take the PSAT and SAT, and some of them are going to take the AP exam in 6 days. All of which to say, my day today will be affected by the new high school diploma proposal. The new proposal is too heavily skewed toward creating blue-collar workers, which makes sense because the majority of the board's backgrounds have an emphasis in workforce education. And there is no shame in blue-collar work. My husband, Chris, literally wears a blue collar as a USPS letter carrier every day. Thank you. I couldn't be more proud of him because he is a product of an alternative high school for credit-deficient students, and now he earns more in salary and benefits than me as a 10-year educator. As a member of the City of Evansville's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council, I have major equity concerns, specifically about transportation and opportunity. These barriers would disadvantage those based on their socioeconomic background and/or their zip code. Those students who have economic agency will be provided more experience and have more time after school to engage in those opportunities. I have equity concerns about the capacity of corporations to provide the opportunity for career and technical education for all students. This will disproportionately affect rural and small school districts and is seemingly a method to set up public schools for failure. But what about students who are like me in my high school experience? Students who had bumps in the road that affected my academic performance and at times caused me to believe I wouldn't be able to complete college courses. Thankfully, I had amazing teachers. Shout out to my English teachers, Mrs. Davis, Mrs. Fisher, my art teachers, Mr. Powell, Miss Wilson, my world language teachers, Senora Carianis and Senora Yek, and my social studies and government teachers, Mrs. Wilson and Mr. Martin. They were the ones that instilled in me that I could act locally, but think globally. These programs are in jeopardy with the new diploma proposal. Courses like world history, art, music, world languages wouldn't necessarily be required for all students. Please list a job, regardless of color, that wouldn't want a bilingual, culturally competent worker. I can't. And I apologize for going over time. I acknowledge that there are courses proposed as flexible credits, but how can we effectively staff large schools and rural school districts? How can we best anticipate the needs of our counselors who aren't able to hand schedule every student's courses year after year, let alone clearly explain the diploma choices to students and families? How are we preparing educators to teach relevant topics when they're handed outdated, prescriptive curriculums that will continue to hold students captive to the College Board monopoly? It's true. In my research, and trust me, I've done a lot, Indiana is not the first nor the only state to significantly redesign high school diplomas. Rhode Island and North Carolina have frequently been cited in articles that I've read. What I've found is that relevancy and rigor are the keys to student success in the modern workplace, not requiring students to choose a career path in middle school. I echo the concerns of my colleagues for recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stacy Kurtelak, Gabrielle Schwartz-Raposa, Zalco, and Martha Nix.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Kurtelak, and I'm in my 28th year of teaching. I teach students with mild, moderate, and severe disabilities at a rural school in Rensselaer, Indiana, and I've also taught K through 12. So I'm going to bring a little bit of a perspective from the rural aspect, and also look at diploma and the literacy endorsement, because that affects me also as a K-12 licensed teacher. Coming from a rural school district, we already have limited job opportunities for the adults in our community. We don't have job opportunities to offer also our students. We also are limited mostly to factory and agricultural experiences in our town. So any of our students who are seeking to do anything different will have nowhere to go to have that experience. Additionally, approximately 15% of our school population are immigrants, the majority of whom have never had and never will have their immigration hearing status before they leave our school, which means they have no legal paperwork to obtain a job, which means they cannot get a diploma if they don't have this job experience. They cannot get a driver's license because they do not have paperwork from immigration. We don't have public transportation in Rensselaer, Indiana. We don't have Ubers, okay? We barely have bus drivers to get the kids to and from school, let alone to work. It is a huge, huge concern for us. Another thing that's unique to a small school is that most of our students are multi-sport athletes. They're in multiple extracurriculars. They're in the spring play. They go and run track. They play football. What is going to happen to that well-rounded education when they have to go have a job? When they have the rest of their life to have a job? And don't get me wrong, my daughter works at the public library. She's a junior in high school. She works 9 hours a week. She doesn't need to do anything else, because if she did, she wouldn't be a ballet dancer. She wouldn't be in theater. She would be here today, but she's taking an AP English exam today. Okay, she wouldn't be able to do all that, nor would any of the students that I work with. Our counselors are experiencing a workload that they've never seen before, and we are in such a mental health crisis, they can't address any of those needs at all. Thank you. Okay, I worry about our kids' mental health. I worry about our teachers' mental health and where this will put us. Additionally, I know my time is short, so I'm going to go a little faster. The kiss of death in a rural school is when a course is no longer required. When art is no longer required, when a world language is no longer required, when world history is no longer required, we won't staff it. And our kids, you can say, well, they can still pick it. Not in Rensselaer, not in a rural school. It will not happen. So I want you to consider some of those aspects. Additionally, with the early literacy endorsement, the flexibility piece is huge. I know many of you come from different backgrounds than teaching. I know that you do professional development. I don't know of any other profession that requires you to retake your professional exam. I have taken 6 praxis tests. I don't think I need another one to prove that I'm eligible to teach kids how to read. I don't see any attorneys being asked to retake a bar exam. They do PD. They don't have to retake a bar exam. And the flexibility piece. I cannot sign up. I also care for my parents. In the summer of 2020, my dad had unexpected complication from a simple procedure. It died on the operating table and was revived by medical professionals. I spent my entire summer caring for my parents. And if it was this summer and I had signed up for a cohort, I would be told, sorry, Stacy, you didn't come to class today because you were caring for your parents. That's not okay. We are people with families. We need to respect that. If I want to take my class at 1 a.m. because that's when my dad went to sleep, that's when I'm going to do it. So give us the opportunity to be the professionals and family people that we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriella Schwartz Raposa, Zhao Kao, Martha Nikos, and then Jill Tooley.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabby Raposa. I'm a Spanish teacher at Jefferson High School in Lafayette, Indiana, and I'm here to speak to you about the proposed GPS graduation requirements. As a high school Spanish teacher, I see the effects of high school graduation requirements daily. My students take world language out of interest to learn a new language and culture, or out of necessity to fulfill either the 5 directed elective credits that are currently in the Core 40 diploma, or the 6 to 8 world language requirements that are in the Core 40 with academic honors. Every student is different, and every student has different goals for the future. However, all students, post-secondary education bound and career bound, can benefit from a well-rounded education that includes world languages. The state of Michigan requires 2 credits of world language. The requirement states, quote, "The board of a school district or board of directors of a public school academy shall not reward a high school diploma to a pupil unless the pupil has successfully completed during K-12 at least 2 credits that are grade appropriate in a language other than English," end quote. That is from the Michigan Merit Curriculum, High School Graduation Requirements, page 16. The state of Illinois requires 2 years of world language. The requirement states, quote, "Pupils entering the 9th grade in the 2028-2029 school year and each year thereafter must complete 2 years of a world language as a prerequisite to receiving a high school diploma," unquote. Illinois Graduation Requirements, page 3. The Purdue University Department of Undergraduate Admissions webpage states that students should, quote, "plan to meet or exceed minimum high school requirements that are listed below." In that list, it includes 4 semesters of world language. The Indiana University Department of Admissions webpage states that, quote, "applicants should complete at least 34 credits of college preparatory courses," end quote. That list also includes 4 credits of world language. My husband is an engineer, and he wishes often that he could communicate with coworkers and colleagues who do not speak English. My father is a construction worker in northern Indiana. He tells me often how he wishes he could communicate with coworkers so that they could get more done in their workday. My mother works at a hotel in northern Indiana. She asks me monthly, asking me how to say different phrases in Spanish so that she could communicate with other hotel staff. My stepmother works in a dentist's office in northern Indiana. She also often tells me how much easier her job would be if she did not have to rely on Google Translate to communicate with patients. My sister, a current Indiana high school student, is beginning her college search. Every college and university that she has looked into has some sort of world language requirement for admission and or graduation. By not including world languages into our high school diploma requirements, students, our Indiana students, college-bound or career-bound, are going to be left behind in the real world without world language experience. I highly encourage you to revisit the lack of world languages in the proposed diploma requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Zhao Kao, Martha Nikos, Jill Tooley, Sandra Vejos.
Good afternoon. I am Xiaojing Ko, the Director for Center for Language Technology at Indiana University. My job is to support all languages taught at Indiana University. Based on our annual count, IU teaches more than 50 languages each year, which are the supporting pillars of IU's globally renowned area study programs. I'm here today to express my concern for the apparent and unfortunate disregard for world language education in the new diploma design. I embrace the emphasis on better preparing students for both higher education and the workplace. However,
this apparent reduction in the importance of world language education by making it only optional is sending the message to the students and parents that language learning is not important to enrollment, employment, and enlistment. But the fact is, on the contrary, they are bountiful of data to suggest world language proficiency provides significant advantage for enrollment, employment, and enlistment, as Megan just presented. In some situation, this proficiency is critical to in some situation, it is critical to have such proficiency. For example, most universities require world language credits as part of the admission criteria. And one more important concern I have is that this lack of official recognition of world language learning in the system may further aggravate the inequity in the education system. Think about this. When language learning is optional, what types of students would choose to learn it? Learning language is not easy. What kind of parents will encourage their kids to learn a language? My answer is that parents who benefited from language learning are mostly those with higher education, or those who offer jobs to people with language proficiency. Then the group of students who don't have the luxury of this advice will fall further behind. With these concerns, I sincerely ask that you consider to give world language learning the importance it deserves in the new system. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Nikos, Jill Tooley, Sandra Vos, Jen Butler. And then after that, I think we have 3 or 4 more, just to give you a sense. Yes,
Vanuk, Guten Tag, Buenos Dias, and I could go on in several other languages. My name is Martha Nikos, or more correctly, Nikos Marta. I come from a family that came here to the United States speaking no English and raised 6 children trilingually. So from that perspective, thinking about what the current diploma is recommending, I would like to strongly suggest that world languages be a regular, throughout the curriculum, not just for honors, a regular requirement. I teach, my job actually, and I forgot to mention this, I teach at Indiana University. I have been a teacher educator now for over 30 years. And there I teach people how to teach foreign languages. In my job there, I frequently ask my students why they want to become foreign language teachers. Practically to the last person, they mentioned that it was a requirement in high school. They never would have thought of taking one. And yet, once they got and really wanted also the honors diploma, they fell in love with language and wanted to become a foreign language or a world language teacher. And they also laud very much having to take and having the requirement to take not just the languages, but also world history. Among those things, they also mentioned that they would like to educate students who would like to go into agriculture, because Indiana has a great leadership in agribusiness, in healthcare, places where knowing multiple languages is very important in order to talk to people who come into their care. Law enforcement, again, these are wide areas that we don't often think about as places where foreign language or world languages must be spoken. Diplomatic kinds of situations as well. So in thinking about our workforce, it's really important to remember these different how do I want to say, citizens. We'll just go with citizens. See, even in English, sometimes my words fail me. But also to speak up for making sure that among your credentials, you recognize the Certificate of Multilingual Proficiency, for which I also spoke up back in 2015 when our General Assembly endorsed that. We have 45 schools right now who teach dual language immersion, and those students will be entering into the high schools and finding that they don't have any real place to find and continue their journey towards language proficiency. Furthermore, I feel that having a narrow world view that is currently being promoted, if you will, through the diploma, it is not allowing our students to become world citizens. And so I urge you to slow down, be circumspect, and think globally in terms of the world. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Martha. Jill Tooley, Sandra Vose, Jen Butler, Amanda Beck.
Hello. My name is Jill Tully. I'm a French teacher in rural Knightstown, Indiana. I'm a graduate of Fort Wayne Community Schools, and I have 2 children in New Palestine schools. In 2017, Molly Dewberry, spokesperson for the Department of Education in Indiana, said, quote, "Indiana has tended to shift one way and say everyone needs a 4-year degree. And then we shift the other way and say we just need technical certifications. But really, the truth is in the middle. We need a great mix of all of those things." This is where we've been sitting comfortably for the past several years. Students like my brother were able to graduate high school as a licensed tool and die maker. My sister graduated with an academic honors diploma, went on to get a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from Purdue University, and my daughter graduated high school with a CNA and QMA and with 1 year of pre-nursing requirements already completed. 3 different paths to a solid future for 3 very different individuals. As we rethink Indiana graduation requirements, I believe that we agree that all of those paths forward should remain options for our students. However, the new graduation requirements will actually hinder our students' ability to get the most out of their 4 years in high school. Firstly, with the job and internship requirements, students will be unable to take advantage of existing vocational programs. At Knightstown, 53% of our juniors and 55% of our seniors participate in one of 18 vocational programs at the Newcastle Career Center. They gain credits, training, and work experience in fields such as culinary arts, veterinary science, property and facility management, welding, cosmetology, health sciences, engineering, and broadcasting, just to name a few. Add internships and jobs to graduation requirements, and these vocational opportunities go out the window. Secondly, the new requirements cut out world history and civics, which for some of our students is the only exposure they get to another view of the world. My students have very little knowledge of countries and cultures, since geography was cut from Indiana's curriculum a few years back. Many of my rural students live in their little Hoosier bubble and have no idea what else is out there. Thirdly, by dumbing down the required curriculum for our college-bound students, we greatly hinder their competitiveness with graduates from other states. For example, the new diploma does not require fine arts or world language credits. Try getting into Purdue University with none of these courses on your transcript. The language centers are one of the most flexible parts of the brain. So when we learn languages, areas of the brain that are not worked by any other activity are stimulated and grow. Studies all over the world have concluded that learning a second language is one of the most effective and practical ways to increase intelligence, keep your mind sharp, and buffer your brain against aging. We should be encouraging language learning for all of our students, not just our college-bound students. Likewise, consistent exposure to music, like learning to play an instrument or taking voice lessons, strengthens a particular set of social-emotional skills that are essential to learning. To quote neuroscientist Nina Kraus in her book of Sound Mind, what makes music learning so powerful is how it engages all the different systems within the auditory pathway at the same time. Young musicians tend to have stronger language and reading skills than non-musicians because their brains have spent more time actively engaging with sound, Krauss states. Again, we should be encouraging music classes for all of our students. Want to tackle the literacy issue in Indiana? Push for funding for music in schools. When we take away time in the day for electives that enrich our brains and grow opportunities like these, then we miss out on the opportunity to produce the well-rounded students that we claim to be producing. It's clear these will not be possible with the new graduation requirements. Please reconsider.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Vos, Jen Butler, Amanda Back, Shelley Christensen, and I'll go ahead and read the last two, Randy Hudgens, then Brian Wiedner.
Good afternoon. I wear many different hats in the education world, but today I'm going to stand in front of you as a parent of 5 Hoosier Public School students, ranging from 16 down to 6, so I get to see all of it. But I think back to the day that we knew our oldest was going to school, and the thought in my head was how much she was going to learn, not whether she was going to be a good employee for a corporation in Indiana later on. I stand here today and talk about the concerns for the removal of world language and world history as a requirement. In an era where globalization has intertwined the fates of nations, understanding our diverse world has never been more crucial. Learning about world languages and history is not just academic exercise. It is a journey towards becoming enlightened, empathetic global citizens. An offshoot of that is the practical economic benefit that comes with learning the skills needed to successfully participate in our increasingly interconnected global economy. When we gain new languages, we don't learn words and grammar. We unlock the door to understanding new cultures from the inside. This fosters empathy, it fosters respect, and reduces potential conflicts in the future. In an economical sense, multilingual individuals are more competitive in the job market where businesses value their ability to communicate on a global level. Even the military is offering a bonus for speaking multiple languages, and most respected colleges around the nation require at least 2 years of high school world language credits. In regards to world history, it is often said that those who do not learn from history are destined to repeat it. World history teaches us about the interconnectedness of human societies and show us repeatedly how events in one part of the world can ripple across continents, as we're seeing now on our college campuses. This knowledge is necessary in cultivating informed citizens who can contribute to solving global issues when they make it to be adults. The study of world languages and world history equips students with the knowledge, skills, and empathy needed to thrive in the world of the future. These subjects encourage us to think critically, to understand diverse perspectives, and to communicate effectively across cultural boundaries. I believe in our high schools we need to embrace the learning of world languages and history, not just as potential electives, but as vital tools for participating in our society as adults. Removing these core subjects from the state's graduation requirements is a disservice to both students and parents in our state. Our children have their entire adult lives to work and participate in the economy. Please let us allow them to spend their high school years learning the skills necessary to do so effectively. We know that we need workers of the future, but we also need educated human beings in our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Butler, Amanda Back, Shelley Christensen, Randy Hudgens, Brian Wiedner.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jen Butler, and I am co-president of the Mooresville Classroom Teachers Association. I have come today to talk to you as a parent, an educator, and a representative of the teachers in my local. In all these roles, we have serious concerns about the new diploma options. First, as a parent, I have 2 children within the same corporation. one in high school and one in elementary school. It pains me to see that they are going to have very different schooling options, and it's not their choice. My high school child is on the academic honors track, and also on track to receive the Indiana College Core through Ivy Tech, all while being able to participate in electives such as art, photography, and show choir, her favorite. As a parent, my concern is that the new diploma tracks are not leaving time for the electives and the activities that make high school the experience it is for some students. The current academic honors track allows for diverse student interests and needs while maintaining a rigorous curriculum. You know, many scholarships want to see students taking rigorous courses while still participating in extracurriculars, you know, being a well-rounded citizen. Why is this track not an option? Why can't my little one have that same option? Students are currently and will continue to be expected to choose a path for high school in the 8th grade. Students at that age are not developmentally prepared to choose one path to follow for the rest of their lives or high school career. The current diploma paths have flexibility. Children, that is what they are in 8th grade, they can reevaluate their 4-year plan and adapt it to new interests, new possibilities, or unfortunately discovering that one path is not what they want to do anymore. The new diplomas do not allow for this flexibility. Children should have the right to change their minds, to learn about something new, and to follow that path. This is what comes as they mature. Please reevaluate these diploma paths and make them more adaptable to not only the students' changing needs, but the changing needs of the world around them. My final concern as a parent is the internship requirement. I feel as though my child and I, along with my husband, should decide whether or not they need to work outside of school. If my child cannot drive yet, how are they going to get to their required off-site activity or internship? In a traditional school setting, the child has transportation available to them. If they choose to attend a career center, there is transportation. There are career centers available that fulfill the requirements. So why are we asking students to find further opportunities outside of those? These programs are already in place and working. Why are we changing something that works? I am a French teacher, and my concern is that these diplomas lack the worldview required for everyone, not just the college-bound kids. As you've heard, most post-secondary institutions require 4 or more credits of world languages at the high school, and if they do not take them in high school for free, they will be expected to take them in college and pay for them. You've also already heard that American employers want employees that have these skills: world language problem-solving skills, empathy, cultural competencies. We need to keep those in place. This is just making more and more difficult for students to find their place in the world. Skipping. If we are so proud of our dual enrollment programs, the Indiana College Core, the dual credit opportunities, most of those are in the foreign language. Why are we removing that? It should probably stay. School counselors, they're understandably concerned. Who is to monitor and verify the completion of the required components that occur outside the traditional school setting? Please consider composing a template framework for the required documentation. And just a little further, internships are already an opportunity for our current students. The need to force them on them does not appear to be there at all. I urge you to consider what is already in place and expand on what is working rather than completely rework a competent system. Students and their parents understand this current system, which has not been in place for long. This is the 2nd graduating class. To completely revamp it again is just confusing for all stakeholders. If anything, just please consider adding the basic GPS diploma to the current existing pathways. I urge you to reconsider these proposals to include diverse opportunities in the arts, world language, and to include the flexibility children need when making possible life-altering decisions at the age of 13. And I have a letter from a member. 1 minute? Oh, I'm sorry. about the literacy requirements. She says, "Dear State Board of Ed members, I want to make sure you know what the law regarding science of reading requirements is doing to myself and my colleagues. I have 27 years of teaching, a master's degree, multiple endorsements, and a wide range of teaching experience. I have taught students from preschool age to adults, preschool to GED students. I have worked in elementary, middle, and alternative settings. I have had countless hours of professional development. I understand the importance and science regarding reading achievement. Since I have elementary and special education on my license, I am now required to take 80 hours of professional development to renew my license. This is not only a hardship, but a slap in the face for those of us who have devoted our professional lives to teaching students for decades. We are in desperate need of teachers, and we need to keep the excellent educators we already have. Our children can't afford to lose even more quality teachers and/or to push away others from going into the teaching profession. It is long past time for Indiana to start appreciating and valuing the many professionals in the teaching profession. Stop pushing people away and start celebrating those of us who have dedicated our lives to making the lives of children better." Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Beck, and then Shelley Christensen.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Beck. Sorry about that. And I have been teaching German for 17 years in the Tippecanoe School Corporation at William Henry Harrison High School in West Lafayette. I was the 2022 Indiana Foreign Language Teachers Association Teacher of the Year, a 2023 Indiana Department of Education Teacher of the Year Top 10 finalist, and was selected in March as the Regional Central States Teacher of the Year. I'm very proud to be representing Indiana this fall at the national level at ACTFL in Philadelphia. So, as you might guess, I love my job. I love my job. Working with students, helping them hone communication and cultural understanding in German is my passion. I am also the senior class sponsor, and I plan our school's graduation ceremony, and I get the joy of watching kids reach that capstone every year. It is the coolest thing. This is why I was alarmed that the draft of the new GPS diploma pathways does not include a world language as a requirement in any of the tracks. As I was exploring the DOE's website to learn more, I came across this statement, quote, "As the global economy continues to change and technology continues to advance, our collective work to prepare students for life beyond high school is now more important than ever." And this is absolutely true. The fact is that after high school, our students will be working with people who speak different languages and who come from different cultures. Our students will be working for multinational companies based here in Indiana, and in Tippecanoe County, that includes businesses like Evonik and Caterpillar and Subaru. Many of these businesses have indicated that they want to hire multilingual employees. Our students will need to navigate a global and interconnected society, and world languages give them these skills and more. Compared to their peers across the world, our kids, my own current 7th grader and 4th graders included, are already at a linguistic and intercultural disadvantage because we start language instruction so late. And now we're going to remove the requirement entirely. The current draft of the diplomas does nothing to ameliorate that, and loosening these requirements only puts us further behind. Therefore, I urge the Department of Education and the State Board of Education to reconsider the current draft and to do 3 things to add world languages as a requirement for all new diplomas. 1, add world languages as a component of the communications part of the foundational courses. 2, place a global engagement and competencies capstone in component 2 alongside project, service, and work-based learning. And 3, add the certificate of multilingual proficiency to the credentials of value list. Language and intercultural competence are valuable real-world skills that students will utilize whether they enroll in college, take on employment, or enlist. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Christensen, Randy Hudgens, and Brian Wiedner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Shelley Christensen. I have been blessed to serve the students of Franklin Township Community Schools for 34 years. Have been honored in 2 different schools as Teacher of the Year, and in 2022, their District Teacher of the Year. And I promise you, you're going to hear some things today from some stakeholders and some pretty surprising information. Though I share some concerns about the literacy endorsement, I'm not here to talk about that, though I have been asked to convey an impact letter, so if I may leave that.
Sure.
I'm actually here to represent my 6th grade students. You see, here's something else you might not expect. I'm going to thank you for an additional mandate, the mandate of 6th grade civics the spring semester for all of Indiana students. I've been learning a lot. My background is in language arts. I have a master's degree in curriculum and instruction, a reading minor, junior high, middle school endorsement, and I am licensed to teach reading and literature all the way K through 12. But currently, 6th grade social studies. And with this civics instruction, 2 of the biggest state standards are citizens' rights and responsibilities, not only as citizens of Indiana, but of the United States. How citizens can actively participate in representational government and responsibly participate. And we still do have some content standards, looking at events in history, taking into account multiple causations and perspectives and those impacts on society. So keeping kids engaged, 6th graders, I'm not sure if you are still familiar, 11 and 12, have remarkable moments of self-awareness, coupled with a lot of innocence and naivete about how the world works and absolutely no filter. We use a lot of primary sources in our studies, and I always try to choose things relevant to them. These are 6th graders, middle schoolers. They're going to be impacted by these new high school graduation requirements. And they respectfully ask you, here's the surprise, to replace the rigorous requirements for social studies and history for basic high school graduation, specifically with world history, economics, financial literacy. And here's why. When we study these primary sources with my literature background, I give very explicit instruction on how to approach informational text, how to recognize bias, how to question, discuss, and write using reliable, credible, and relevant sources and evidence. And when we look at the decisions that will impact them with high school, my students have some questions. Very lively discussion. Missy, most of these kids are going to choose the easy route, that general diploma. And I've always gotten good grades, but that's sounding pretty good, Missy. Why aren't these civic standards placed closer to when I'm going to enter the job force? Sparked by a comment, does this mean that the majority of future Indiana adults will have a 6th grade understanding of their U.S. rights and responsibilities? Sparked by the comment, yeah, enough to follow the rules, but not enough to remember my rights about discussing those rules. Don't they remember about the Industrial Revolution, Missy? Where all these people were rushing because all they could get were factory jobs? What it was like in the streets? Hunger Games meets the Purge? Is this really what Indiana wants for a majority of us? Yes. So, when my students came across a primary source speech, it resonated a little bit too severely with them. And so they asked me to read it. And I'm going to do that. This speech, our task is to mold the hearts and minds of our youth. In the years to come, they will carry forth the torch of our movement and ensure the triumph of our ideals. We must instill in our young people the love and loyalty of our country. They must be taught to reject all ideas and influences that are contrary to the values. To achieve this, we must control every aspect of their education. Our schools must be centers where our youth are taught the greatness of our country. But education is not alone. We must also provide our young people with the opportunities for physical and mental development. Through these efforts, we will create generations of strong and loyal citizens to carry forth our banner into the future. Great importance is placed on public education as a means of shaping the minds of our youth. Our schools must be institutions that mold those future leaders of the nation and instill in them these values. Teachers are the guardians of our children's mind, and they must be committed to these principles. They are responsible for imparting not only knowledge, but our ideals. Any teacher who fails to uphold these principles has no place in our schools. We must rid our schools of the poison of liberal ideas that have infected them for too long. The curriculum must be revised to emphasize the greatness of our nation. Our classroom education does not end in the classroom. We must emphasize youth with practical training that prepares them for their roles as productive members of society. Technical schools and vocational training must take a priority. Education is not a privilege, but a duty. It's our duty to ensure that every child receives that proper education and prepares them. My students wanted you to know that's Adolf Hitler. 1935 Nuremberg Rally. Please, please, they implore you, replace world history, economics, financial literacy as basic requirements of a general diploma in high school.
Thank you. Randy Hudgens, Brian Wiedner.
Well, my 7th period class is just about to start, so I better start off with a joke or something after we've been here so long. My watch told me to stand for about 3 hours. First of all, I've never been so proud to be a teacher than to sit and listen to all these wonderful people. I've about cried about 5 times sitting back here, so thank you to all of you who made the trip a lot longer than I did this morning. Dr. Jenner, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Randy Hudgens. I rise to offer concerns on the proposed changes to high school diplomas and to offer workable solutions. I'm a Hoosier educator of 19 years, the last 7 as a dual credit U.S. history and core U.S. history teacher at Warren Central High School in Indianapolis. I'm the parent of twins, one of whom is a special needs student enrolling this fall in kindergarten at Hamilton Southeastern Schools. My primary concern regards the end of the academic honors diploma, which prepared me well for college, and I've seen many of my students over the last 19 years be well prepared for college, and they ask, and I ask, why do we need to get rid of it in the first place? Many of the concerns that have been expressed by these wonderful people here pretty much encompass the academic honors diploma as it's currently stated. Foreign language, fine arts, dual credit offerings, and so many more. By some accounts, it's 35% of the students in our state, and it prepares them very well for college. I was told that studies show that 1% of the recipients of the academic honors diploma need remedial college classes when they get to the next level. I'm a social studies teacher. I represent the Warren Central Social Studies Department, which might be the best in the state. I'm biased, obviously, but we are very concerned at cutting the required courses from 3 to 1.5 years. We'll no doubt lose teachers due to this reduction. And we are very concerned about the lack of global perspective, but that has very much been spoken of. I'm so happy that the Indiana University World Languages Department is here. My mother attained a doctorate degree in Germanic studies, and it's one of the things I'm most proud of in this life. I do ask, though, where are we going to get E&L teachers from if we're not going to be doing foreign language instruction? That is a major issue at our school. It is a major civil rights issue. We need to prepare these young people for great success in the 21st century, and I wonder where those instructors are going to come from. Also in fine arts, I'm from Bloomington originally. Fine arts is in our blood. My father was a gifted artist. He also was an office machine repairman, so I also learned very much how important it is to have folks that have those credentials. So many of my students graduate high school with those credentials, and it sets them up for future success. As I move forward, I want to address the elephant in the room. As a public school teacher of 19 years, I must ask whether private and parochial voucher schools will have to go by the same diploma requirements, and if they are exempt, I'm very scared on the future of our public schools and where students are going to go, especially where I live in Fishers. I know that's going to bring a big exodus if it is not done so. I'm also worried that my child on the autism spectrum will be tracked away from the enrollment path towards another path in order to balance the number of students in each program and prevent reductions in teacher staff. I am sure I am not alone in this concern. So and one thing that just in thinking of this, obviously academic honors would be nice if we had some type of credential that incentivized world history and world languages. That would be nice. Some credential also that works with fine arts, because if they're not required, they're gone, and that saves so many students. I'm a football coach, and I'm not real great at fine arts sometimes, but I see it in my students. It saves them. It saves just as many of them as athletics or anything else. So perhaps this is best to offer a pilot program in certain districts and students hoping to take a more credential-based career path, and that would be a better start. I appreciate the opportunity to offer public comment for your enduring commitment to the state. I love the profession that is my mission and providing my children with a world-class education. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Brian Wiedner.
Good afternoon, and I'm happy to back clean up here for everybody. My name is Brian Widener. I'm an associate professor of music education at Butler University. I'm also the current chair of the Indiana Society for Music Teacher Education, and I'm really here in that capacity today. I'm also the parent of 2 public school students here in Indiana in Brownsburg. I'm coming here today to talk about concerns that have come from the music education community regarding the proposed GPS diplomas. While we agree that the current diploma options are imperfect and have areas for improvement, we have serious concerns about the GPS plans in their proposed formats as they were presented at the March State Board meeting. Rather than belabor facts that have already been brought up, I want to bring in some ones that I haven't necessarily heard yet, and I'll cancel the other ones out. First, the removal of arts requirements from the 9th and 10th grade foundational knowledge and skills is removing the only contact that many students have with the fine arts at any point in their high school careers. The arts, and specifically music, were included in the Federal Every Student Succeeds Act in 2015 as a core area of study for a well-rounded education. In our curriculum, removing any expectation for the arts or culture study is depriving future students of a primary way of understanding who we have been, who we are today, and who we will become as a people. We ask that the new GPS diplomas include a fine arts requirement as part of the foundational knowledge and skills for all students. Second, in the March presentation, it was emphasized that work-based experiences were the only way to develop employability competencies. The core characteristics that were discussed of communication, collaboration, and work ethic have been shown in both research and in practice to form and blossom through performing arts involvement. We would ask that the board recognize that these competencies are currently being developed in performing arts spaces today and recognize performing arts involvement in the GPS diploma as an option for work-based learning requirements for the development of work-based competencies. Third, we are deeply concerned about the issues of equity presented in the GPS, particularly the PLUS program. While some students will thrive in locally created internships, and many already do through programs in their schools, many students live in spaces or conditions where such opportunities are limited, especially for specialty areas and where issues of socioeconomics, transportation, access, and other factors will likely hinder engagement in meaningful job-based experiences. Additionally, we are concerned about the supervision of these programs and ensuring that work-based experiences away from trained educators are safe and supportive of the development of minors who are placed in workspaces that were never designed for or accommodating of high school students. We implore the board to have plans in place for proper training and oversight for any work-based programs in the community, and ask for the inclusion of school-based experiences, including those that already exist through CTE, performing arts, and other programs, as an option for meeting the work-based learning requirements within the GPS Plus diploma. Finally, and this is on a personal level as a parent, I am gravely concerned that the lowering the bar that is being brought on by the GPS diploma and what that means for the perception of my own children's future diplomas, especially if they consider continuing education or employment outside of the state of Indiana. The lowering of significant, nationally recognized expectations for math, science, social sciences, arts, and physical education is disconcerting and is an injustice to the students in our schools who may not even be aware that they're missing something along the way. I ask that while changes are certainly necessary, both because of legislative action and just changes in our world, that we please do not throw the baby out with the bathwater by adopting plans that are ill-conceived or not thought through fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you all for staying around and for the many, many people who have spoken today. I saw a lot of board members writing notes down. I certainly have some great notes and ideas to bring back to the team. We'll continue to meet with teacher teams, principal teams, superintendent teams, parents, business and industry, community leaders. Yes, counselors, absolutely. Counselors, I think they're on my calendar actually next week, the counselors. And then also students, the student voice, which is so, so important. And if I left out, I see the School Board Association, meeting with them. Yes, all of the different key groups are so, so important. And the high school diploma, as I mentioned in the beginning, and just to remind everyone, we're required by law to have that ready to go December of 2024 because the current diplomas are sunset for October 1st of 2028. So that is in state law. I just wanted to be really clear on that. And then some other, and again, so many really good points today. I would not begin to cover all of them because everyone's been so patient with your time. But I did also have some folks talk about the flexibility of the literacy endorsement for the training. Absolutely. The literacy cadres, several teachers mentioned that. The literacy cadres will be on there. And then what we're having as teachers and in some respects even school district leadership bring forward, well, we did this training. And so that's why there's some additional trainings that are being added, and we'll continue to work with you on that. And then on the keys to literacy, a lot of good questions and good ideas there. And again, the 80 hours, we're working on flexibility in other ways, as I just mentioned. That keys to literacy, I self-admittingly at the very beginning of this meeting said, gosh, that first day was tough to get in, and I hear you big time on that. We have since gone from 12 cohorts to 64 cohorts. We have about 200 teachers signed up in each of those. We have additional spots available for those who are interested, and then that will even extend into the fall, spring, and we'll keep adding that support as the demand is there. So keep that communication open with us. There are a number of other, again, really strong points that we'll absolutely work through and consider, but I just greatly appreciate, it's after 1:30, and I greatly appreciate all of your time. So on that note, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.